The stardate is 60223. The crew of the Achilles has warped their way through what little is known of Darindra sector and have pierced further into the Shackleton Expanse. It has been a full day since that time, and there are some days ahead before you arrive at your destination. This is a 2-third game for the record. And your current Admiralty training focus is something. Where's this thing? That archiving. Oh, I know where it is. Anyway. It's over here. I'm sitting here thinking I copied it over this whole time. It's still sitting over in the other game. You all gain the focused threat analysis. Care of Admiral Trailblazer.
Do we have any mission directives?
Your mission directives are going to be announced here in a second. Just need to set the music up here for the lounge. Directive 1. Prime directive. Maintain it, and so forth. Directive 2. Get to the Alcara system. Directive 3. Uphold Starfleet traditions and best practices. Oh, I didn't do the whole thing. Well, that's annoying. Fine. I'll just put it over here in Discord. New directors may add it, but those are the current standing ones from the Admiral. So even though he does want you to get him where he needs to go, you're still Starfleet officers. He expects you to continue acting like that, despite his own mission. Yes, in one of the lounges on the Achilles, we look first at Throlic.
Me?
With your new picture.
Huh?
Now I have a question for you on this, and I will to set the scene a bit more for you. This is a working shift, but at the moment you're at green alert, and your presence isn't immediately required on the bridge, so you have a bit of an extra break time in your morning to kind of step aside, get something to drink, get some paperwork done, that sort of thing. And 2 more for me.
I do not have any control over this new token.
Maybe that's intentional. No, it's not intentional. Give me a second. You should know. let's lock that in. So don't have to worry about that again. There we go. But yeah, the question I have for you, is your character at all religious?
Yes.
What do they practice, if I may ask? Or I must ask, I rather say.
Um. Andorian ancestor worship.
Okay. Um, so you know, that this tonight, there's a few Andorians are celebrating a famous battle against the Vulcans. During the pre-Federation days, it was a big a day of heroes for many families.
Mhm.
Um, and some of the Andorians are getting together to do some ritual combat to honor the battle. And actually, some people have actually suggested that some Vulcans would participate to kind of help to also honor them in a way. Less that the Vulcans are practitioners of that belief, but it's more that
Mm.
it's that sort of, this is a thing that wouldn't have happened back in the Enterprise era days. But nowadays, the Vulcans and Andorians, as much as they have that old rivalry from way back when, um, that those old animosities have been smoothed over centuries. So some
Mhm.
Vulcans do participate to kind of help as a sort of, we're on the same team. We're willing to celebrate your heroes, and some Andorians celebrate their heroes. Now there are the occasional shall we say, arch traditionalists who think that's wrong. They find it somewhat annoying. Certain people think that's disrespectful. Others think are more modern and they think it's perfectly fine and they're glad to have them. How does your character feel about it? And are you going to participate?
I think she is planning to participate, and uh, has always been taught that you know, since we've come to join other sentients in the stars, it's a little bit weird for only Andorians to participate in our rituals, even if it's only Andorians who really need to. So,
Uh, there's one person that comes to mind, and no one's willing to ask him directly because, well, he is the captain, so it's a little uncomfortable for most of the crew to talk to him. I mean, he's a friendly. He's not an unfair captain. He's not like a tyrant or anything like that. He has a great reputation, but it's a little intimidating to talk to the guy. You know him, you've
mhm.
worked with him, but for some people on board the Achilles, they just heard about him. He's the guy up on deck one. He's that guy who fought against the Dawn Machine, the Dusk Machine, that sort of thing. So it's like, I don't know. So there's been requests by some of the other Andorians, like, hey, we heard that the patriarch of the Shishashrir clan is here, and he's the captain. So hey, could you like ask him for us if he could come?
Mhm.
Because he is a Shishashrir, at least by Andorian standard. So it's like, well, and they have a checkered history of being willing to do what it takes to win a war, to put it nicely, but they are victorious heroes at the end of the day.
Yep. Then yeah, uh, Commander Thralic will want to talk to Penn about that. I think.
You're gonna talk to him over your comm badge. You're gonna go up to the bridge and have a chat. Pull him aside to his ready room because he's on the bridge right
I
now. He's,
mean,
he's he's just sitting up there, just observing the bridge.
mhm. It's probably the type of thing that you talk about after the shift generally. How close are we to this event though?
It's tonight, so you have, it's not
Okay.
till like, it's not way till later. That's why people
Yeah,
are
then
asking you now because they're like, we were thinking of doing it, but I don't know. Hey, we'll ask you.
mhm.
You're the XO. We can talk to you. I mean, some people find
Yeah.
you intimidating anyway, but the Starfleet
Good.
protocol in them says, well, if you need something, access XO.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I think Thralic will say to anyone who asks, like, yes, I'll speak to Penn about that after his shift is over, basically, because it's not really an on shift question.
Hmm. All right. We will look elsewhere. To Lieutenant Arlen in engineering.
Hello.
Hello. Quick recap for you because you just joined up. 2 threat game. You're a day away from Ranger Station. You're past all the explored stars that you're aware of in Shackleton. You're on your way to Alcara. Current directives are what they are, and it's basically it's mid alpha shift right now, or like early alpha shift. Some people have taken their breaks. It's been like enough time that it's like, it's been a couple hours. If people, we're at green alert. There's nothing shooting at us. We don't expect to be in danger. People can go on
How's
coffee
my baby
breaks.
doing?
I beg your pardon.
How's my ship doing?
Oh. How about you give me an insight engineering difficulty 2? Actually, sorry. Reason plus engineering difficulty 2, assisted by computers plus engineering.
I'm assuming the talent I know my ship comes to play.
Yes.
Hey, we all know, engineers own the ship and the captain just commands it.
That's an old tradition, yeah.
Okay, so I get a free dice from that. Go ahead and take 2 threat.
Sure.
Focus in technical insight.
Yep. Oh, your Admiralty focus, by the way, is threat analysis. That's in the Discord.
Okay.
Just so you're aware. Doesn't help you here, but worth noting.
Let's fish. Table.
What? 3, 4, 5. 5 momentum generated. Checking over the ship. The ravages of the Shackleton Expanse have not bothered you too much. You guys have had to every so often go to yellow alert to account for some new eddy or some new gravimetric shear or adjust for an ion storm that the con had to pull wide of, that sort of thing. But nothing that's been more than, since you guys have been working with the Shackleton for a bit, you're getting more and more used to it, and your ship with its crystal carbon hull plating is a bit more weathered for it. It's a lot less likely to take the damage. Yeah, between your blade of armor, crystal carbon hull plating, the advanced shields, proved hull integrity, if any ship could weather the Shackleton on a long tourney, it's the Achilles, and it's doing a pretty good job of it. If nothing else, at most, it's making your crew work a little more than the average engineering crew. Not enough to burn them out or anything, just it's a bit busier on the Achilles than it is on, say, an Oberth out in near Earth. One guy's doing a lot more work than the other, just by basis of their position.
Okay.
I ask you, as you're looking over your reports and checking on the ship, is your character religious or spiritual?
Spiritual's not quite the right word. He's more of holding to Boolean superstitions.
Like
It's
what?
not quite. It's more like good luck rituals, and the alike. It's not quite a religious act of like, oh, I'm doing this to appease the spirits or something. It's more of I'm tapping on this console 3 times for good luck.
Because
It's
like
to
3 is like
invoke.
a lucky number or something like that.
Yeah. It's more of like invoking luck in the universe. But as far as like metaphysical stuff, he doesn't really have have a thought one way or another on it.
You find that your husband steps into the engineering bay. Says hi to a few people. They say hi back to him. He's been down here before.
Hmm.
Hello. What you?
I go over and give him a polite kiss.
Hi.
Hi.
What you doing?
Nothing. Just watching the ship.
I thought you were actually supposed to do your job here. I didn't know they let you do nothing here. Even I do something.
Okay,
Big old Denobulan grin.
okay, I'm doing something, but it's very technical and quite boring.
Oh, come on. I understand enough. What's going on?
I'm monitoring in the plasma flow to the warp coils and also the the energy output
Ooh.
on the warp coils,
Oh, will that
making sure
affect
that
the resolution on the long range sensors?
it, it might, and that's why we have to monitor it so that way we can compensate for that.
Okay. Yeah, I was working with Sister Sphere up top, and she was hoping I could get a try to eke out just a little bit of extra info from the clouds on the distance. There's this actually, I'm not sure I saw it right, but I think I saw this. Well, I'm if I were to go by color alone, I would say it was a cloud of neon. This big billowing red cloud off in the distance, like a neon nebula. Not completely impossible, just odd for the Shackleton.
Uh, yeah. Aren't most clouds made of lighter elements? Neon's a bit heavy.
It's actually
As far as
fairly light, but it's usually when hydrogen is more prevalent, then neon takes the back seat and it doesn't get that nice red hue. So usually it's a thing that happens from starships or space traveling civilizations, which means we might have spotted a sentient species out there, or it's just random bits of the universe gathering together. Who knows? Oh, speaking of random universe things, um, I was thinking, I know you don't really do the rituals that much, but I was kind of hoping we could. I mean, we can't get all your family or mine, but I was hoping we could at some point make time for a big family dinner. You know, try to. The thing is, I just don't know who to invite because, well, I mean, we're the only ones who are related to each other in that way. Um, and when it's a big dinner like that, you kind of want to have it as big as possible to show that sense of unity. And you've had this conversation with him. He always wants to have this big family, big dinners, but
Hmm.
it's not. That's not the kind of relationship you guys have had. So your family is your,
Two.
what fam
Yeah.
is two plus one. It's like, yeah, well, for him, quite a lot more, but he doesn't. They all live back in the home
Like in Federation
stars.
space. Yeah.
And for the last 5 years, you haven't really been able to duck back to Denobula because you've been stuck on Registration with the Achilles getting the state of the art stuff working and getting the station working. So you see a sort of pleading look in his eyes. You can tell he really wants to do this. And since you know him for so long, this is a thing that Denobulans do. They're not terribly spiritual or religious themselves, but the sense of family and unity is very important. So any minor ritual, like a big get together, like everyone goes skiing, we all go to the beach, we all have a big dinner. It's a big moment because it's pretty hard to gather a bunch of noblins together because there's a lot of them and they tend to spread out.
So big family gatherings are always a big deal.
Yeah. So he wants to do something like that, and you can tell he's a little restless.
Well, I suppose I was in the 24th century. There are more flexible definitions of a family. I mean, and Starfleet always says, "As your crew is your family."
Ooh, hmm. I can invite all the people I work with in science, and you can invite whoever you want from engineering. Yeah,
How
we could
big
have
are you
a,
thinking?
I don't know, something small like 30, 50. So you take half, I take half. And you're not
30.
recall that Yolan has a very bad concept of scale when it comes to people.
Yep. Yeah, and you're gonna cook for 30 people?
Well, we're all gonna cook. We're all gonna do it together. Oh, we won't be able to do it in our quarters. We'll have to ask the XO for he wouldn't say XO. He would say Thralic. We'll have to ask Thralic to for a bit of cargo base space and set up a big table. I'll have to get the table, the chairs. We should make sure to get different plates. Oh, and then we have to figure out everyone's palettes too. So you get your list together. I'll get mine together. And how about we try to hit 100? But if we can always fall back to 50.
30.
We'll need multiple cargo
Dear.
bays. Yeah, what?
We're gonna do 30 and work our way
30?
up.
But we're not just celebrating my birthday. We're celebrating family.
I know.
Okay, fine.
But it's a lot of work for or making a party of that many people, and I don't want you to get all stressed out trying to make it.
But everyone's gonna be making something. He smiles. We'll have to set up a bunch of pots. Then we have to get, and he starts rambling again.
Yeah,
Something
I'm not gonna.
about pots, something about how to do different types of Vulcan casserole. He then talks something about making sure that he may get something from the botany group rather than replicated, but maybe they should use replicated.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to talk him down to 30. Am I? All right, 45.
You can give me presence command. Difficulty 1. He's not gonna fight you too hard on it. He's just excited.
Yeah,
If he could get away with it, he'd get the whole ship to do it. But even he knows that's too much. Someone has to
that's
fly
too
the ship
much.
after all. Sorry, what were you
Uh,
saying?
I don't have a focus.
Placating your husband. Yeah, that's not a focus you generally have.
I'll take momentum
Yep.
because I don't want to throw a party for 100 people.
You're able to eventually convince Yolan that yes, he might be able to do it, and yes, Denobulans would normally do that, but most of the people you're going to be working with aren't Denobulans, and will kind of have to be. You'll have to kind of organize it, and that used to. Yes, the crews are used to working in large groups and teamwork and stuff, but not like cook-offs. That's
Yeah.
not a thing Starfleet trains people to do generally, except for the
So
culinary corps. But that culinary corps is on star bases, not starships generally.
yep. So I'll scale it back to 50. 50 people will work from there.
25, 25? Yeah, I can scare up 25 people. Yeah.
Okay. I'll. You want me to talk to Thralic, or do you want to pitch this as to her?
You get Thralic. I'll start. I'll have to run around and see if I can get some of the other civilians aboard and some of the crew I know. Oh, and so you get approvals. What I need you to get is we still need maybe not one of the big cargo bays, but we need a chunk of cargo bay space because we need to set up the table and all the cooking implements so we can cook for everybody at once. Otherwise, we'll be here all day. So, which I mean, that'd be fun, but I don't think you guys are allowed to do that much. Ooh, unless we get shore leave, then we could do it on the planet, and there's no problem.
I'm not sure. Are we gonna get shore leave on Okara?
Or somewhere between here and there. But that's why we're doing the cargo bay thing, because I'm assuming we're not gonna. But so you get the cargo bay, I'll get the cooking stuff.
I'll get the cargo bay. You get the uh, cooking stuff. We'll reconvene tonight and see where we're at.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And
One step at a time, and then we'll go from there.
he races off.
I love him, but I want to strangle him sometimes.
Something tells me your wedding was even worse. Let's invite everyone I know. Oh God, we need an open field.
Pretty much open field. There was like 2,000 guests.
Oh, we can do
Any
that on a shuttle bay. We'll just clear all one of the ESD docking plates. No, there's no way that's happening. But yeah.
Well, I apparently have to get a hold of Threlek.
And then we look to Ryloff. Where would you be? Would you be on the bridge at this time, or would you be taking a break somewhere?
Probably on the bridge.
Okay.
Duty is duty.
You're not here yet. You're somewhere else. Trailblazer wouldn't be here. He'd be in his office. Well, his quarters. Ven, would you be up on the bridge at this time?
Probably.
Okay. So I will ask first of Ryloff, is your character religious?
Yes. It's the standard Romulan practice of the elements. But that's about it. The four elements.
Is your character generally practice on his own in his quarters, or does he do any of the special rites that one would do on a Romulan starship, like a full chapel sort of setup, or an elemental room?
Hell no. No one here would understand what there's going on, so there's no point in trying. It's just private stuff. Aside from Kaval, but yeah.
Actually, to answer your question on that, Pen, and the thing, the fifth element is the arch element. It's the element over all other elements.
No, I was making the movie joke.
I know, and I was making an educational joke.
The fifth element is heart.
Yes, the Romulan eats yours. No, it's a different Romulan religion. But yes, does Ryla feel that his elements, the elements of the ship, are? I mean, actually, one thing I'll point out: does it bother your character, that the ship is not elementally balanced? Because normally on a Romulan ship, for those who practice, they would kind of be concerned about that, make sure everything's balanced out the way it's supposed to be. The only one who's balanced, technically, is you, and perhaps Koval, if she practices. We don't know that yet. But we know you do, and you're the only one who's balancing out the elements of the ship, or at least yourself.
To an extent, but being here is the expectation that things are not going to be the same. As in, had to give up a lot to be here in the first place, so...
Cadet Sarai comes over to your station.
Yes, Cadet?
Lieutenant, I was wondering if I could invite you to a reading of the writings of Sarek. I know that you weren't taught his ways, but we work on the same ship, we work in the same department, and I thought perhaps it would be to our benefit to sorry, I meant to roll 2 dice. Perhaps I could teach you of Surik, and you could teach me of the She tilts her head like she's trying to remember. And she says the Vulcan word for elements, which it sounds very similar to the Romulan one.
Is there anything in particular that has brought this around now?
Hmm. She looks around and nods. Recently, myself and the other cadets have gone through rather extensive demands of our final year, and some of us have come to a certain realization that Starfleet duty involves more than the classwork and involves trusting one's life in the hands of your crewmates. So I was taught in the practice of infinite diversity and infinite combination that to embrace the infinity is to embrace harmony. And I believe that I, at least, have not done that. And I believe I have unjustly judged you on the character of your home empire rather than you as a person. And that should be rectified. And this is the best way I can think of to rectify it.
Very much a pause, just kind of.
The crew next to you is like, I really shouldn't be sitting here. I really shouldn't be listening to this conversation.
A pause and eyeing her, like not hostility. It's more just the. How do I describe this? The trying to judge whether there is an alternate thing there. Just the nature of Romulan society is that
insight security difficulty of 2. It would be 1, but you're paranoid.
Yeah. I definitely am that.
And hell, you know what? Complication increase.
By how much?
Up by 1. So it's comp 2.
Alright. And I've got, paranoia focus for not letting it completely dominate everything.
I'll take that, yeah.
Not letting it run away with me.
Embracing the beast, as it were.
Mm-hmm. Because to an extent, paranoia can be useful if not let run wild. I'll give you a threat.
Sure.
I made that. Do I?
You do.
I do. I get
Nice.
1.
It isn't immediately obvious to anyone who'd be over listening in on this, but you're kind of paying that extra bit of attention to her. And as a Romulan, you are a lot more familiar with Vulcan social tics and cues than most species are, aside from maybe the humans and the Andorians. But like Romans are very cognizant of Vulcan mannerisms. You can tell that she is extending a friendly hand, as it were, but she herself is frankly scared. Well, as scared as a Vulcan gets, but she is scared and shooken up, and she's trying to find someone to confide in, or trying to make her world more comfortable, more harmonious.
Mm-hmm.
She's trying to bring peace. If she can't find peace within herself, she's going to bring peace to the world around her. So she's doing this yes, she's being friendly, but she is doing this for herself too. So that is the ulterior motive. In this way, she's actually trying to treat her own trauma.
Mm-hmm. Question more just for relation's sake, in terms of his own past. How old is she right now? Like, is she young for a Vulcan cadet, or is she? That's probably a Ven question. Because, Vulcans can live incredibly long lives. Is she like fucking 200 and she's like, I'm going to join Starfleet now? Or is she actually, this is her first career choice? Ven's not even here.
I'm here.
How are you
I'm
thinking?
here. Presumably, I presume that the cadets are about the same age. Probably like early 20s.
So this is her first career. Then she's the Vulcan
Okay.
equivalent.
Yeah.
Which actually means somewhat similar to, I mean, she's a fucking higher rank than he was because you have to start as the bottom rank in the Romulan Empire, not a cadet. Very well, cadet. Send me the arrangements you would like made, or you have made, and I will meet you at a place of your convenience.
She produces a pad with Vulcan punctuality and says, "I have a variety of times, and I will defer to your seniority as to which would be the most appropriate." You recognize when she says that she's trying to honor in a Romulan tradition rather than a Vulcan one,
I
because
shall
she's
let you
respecting your rank above her, which is not a thing Vulcans do.
know.
They respect it in that that's the job, but not anything beyond. There's no prestige above and beyond that.
Yeah. Which is the closest thing to a class system I suppose a Vulcan knows about.
Yeah.
Very well, I will choose one and let you know.
Aye, sir. And she returns to her station. Cadet Ven,
Yes.
is your character religious?
Not particularly so. He's familiar. I mean, he is at least familiar with his father's Betazoid tradition and belief in the four deities and the Great Fire, as well as the thing that I think has kept him from particularly pursuing that is that so much of a lot of Betazoid culture and religion is tied up in holy artifacts, and he really hasn't been able to go to Beta Z to like see any of those holy artifacts. Like, he hasn't been able to see the sacred chalice of Rix. But and so he grew up far from Beta Z. So the closest thing he has to like or any kind of religious upbringing is just his childhood excursions through the Vatican Cultural Complex in Rome. That's it.
Hmm. Does that bother Ven at all?
It's something he's considered a few times. Again, especially coming from where he grew up in a place that is so steeped in its own culture and religion. But at this point, he's kind of come to terms with it, especially now that he's been away from home for a few years. He's been away for 3 years going to the academy in San Francisco. So I think he's been able to become a good bit more comfortable with who he is in that regard.
Give me insight, discipline of your choice, difficulty 2.
Sure. I will use science. Odd Swerve, will you take history as a focus?
I will, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to spend a momentum just for the third die in the reroll. I do not get I don't get your momentum back, unfortunately. Wait, those should both be crits. Why didn't it register those as... Oh, wait, is that a 5?
That's a 5 and a 9.
5 and a 9. Okay, I thought they were 4s. Okay, 5 and a 9. So yeah, just barely missed.
You your character grew up on Beta Z for at least some time, yeah? Would that be correct?
No.
Oh, am I wrong? Oh, that's right. It's on your sheet. I should probably read that part. That'd be help. That'd be a thing a good GM would do.
Yeah, no. His
Overrated.
his father got stationed. His father got stationed on not Utopia Planitia, not the shipyards. Space Earth Space Dock,
Oh, ESD.
ESD,
Um,
and that's where he met.
So what I will say to you is that you sense something out there among the stars. You sense a presence. It is not invading you, it is not pushing towards you, it is merely there. It is like a warm crackling fire or a gentle waterfall. Or a light snow. It's a very comforting feeling. And you remember, you're not sure exactly how to put it into words at first. That's why it's difficulty 2. You kind of focus on it for a half second, enough, and you actually keep, because you did science, you're able to keep doing your job. So you're kind of thinking about it in the back of your head, like, where's this coming from? Maybe someone on the ship's doing this. Maybe it's a space creature. Who knows? So you kind of spend a little extra time thinking about it. And it kind of feels like how other Betazoids, spoke of their time encountering some of the relics back on Beta Z. Like they would describe it as that sort of feeling, a very welcoming, warm feeling. It's very, and it's almost like a sonic beacon on the horizon that kind of lets you. That's why pretending you had a relic was a fool's errand, because every Betazoid in a Betazoid child would know you're wrong. It's just that obvious. But you feel something ahead of you, or ahead of the ship.
Lynx shakes his head for a moment, then turns behind him to Draben. Sir?
Yes, get up.
Did you feel anything just now?
Hmm?
Out.
Oh, right. He's also Betazoid.
Did I? You can roll insight, science, difficulty 2 for him.
Yeah.
Maybe he has been feeling it this whole time, and he just didn't realize that's what he was feeling until you brought it up. You can actually assist him because you brought it up.
Yeah. Someone. In that case, someone else want to roll him, since I'm rolling the assist.
Sure.
Draven is. Where is he? There he is. Cool.
He also gets 2 determinations because advanced team dynamics.
Cool. I don't think he has a focus there. Do we want him to buy an extra die? We have momentum.
Take
Go
one.
for it.
Yeah. He is cautious too, so. Change to Draven. Where's Draven?
Science, yes.
I was looking for his name on the list there at the bottom to switch roll. Alright.
Okay, 2 momentum generated. He kind of thinks for a second, and now that you mention it, yeah, I did feel something. Reminded me of the rings. Or the chalice. If you felt it too, that shouldn't be ahead of us. And we certainly shouldn't be feeling it this far away from... I mean, the nearest Beta Z colony is still back in past Narendra. There are some out there, but I don't know if any relics are out there.
Yeah, I was going to say, and from my studies, almost all the sacred relics are on Beta Z itself, with few exceptions.
Well, there was a rumor that the Star X family managed to smuggle one of their relics out here to their to the Tripolities Star X. But even then, that would mean he's sitting right in front of us. We would feel him, I would think.
Yeah. think we should bring this up to the captain? I mean, it's just a feeling, but...
Go on, cadet. I'll cover the sensor scans.
Oh, okay. I'll let him know that we both felt it.
He nods. And
I
as
think-
you're stepping away from your station, I have to ask, Pend, is your character religious?
No, he's not religious, but he was taught different religions due to his training. That and the fact of, one, he's Tellarite, and two, he's head of an Andorian clan.
Yeah. So your clan, as historic as it is the Shishishreers as a whole, you grew up with them. Were you ever raised to go through the rites and honor the great heroes and do the ritual battles, or was it more of a we don't do that sort of thing? We're a bit more concerned with the practical side of being a hero, which is an opinion some Andorians hold. They don't do the honor, they don't do the rituals as much.
It depended on. It wasn't forced upon people to do, but it wasn't discouraged either.
So it's like, hey, if you want to, go ahead, but the patriarch or the matriarch, as the case may be, wasn't gonna jump down your throat if you didn't do it. Some families you would get yelled at. It's like, how dare you not do it? It's like, whoops, sorry. So it sounds like the Sister Sphere is like, even Azalon, as authoritarian as he was probably if you want to, go ahead. Like, there's some rituals she probably did, there's some she didn't do.
Yeah, because it's a good way to get your own clan to hate you if you suddenly start forcing stuff that they don't want to do.
I will say that you would be aware that there is a great battle ritual day coming up. Even if no one's asked you directly and everyone's trying to go around it, you know that there's probably going to be a ritual battle happening aboard the ship among some of the Andorians. And when I say ritual battle, it is literally like, yes, we take out our knives, but no one's going for killing blows. No one's trying to dismember anything. It's just to reenact the battle, to honor them, sort of thing. How does your character feel about that, if anything?
He wouldn't like be chomping at the bit like, ooh, I need to do that. But if Isala wanted to do it, or if he was requested as a clan head to do it, then yeah, he probably would take part.
You get the feeling that Isala she kind of wants to do it. You can kind of sense that from the way you've talked to her, because the day's been coming up. So it's kind of a thing it's one of the big battles. And so it's kind of a well-known holiday. It's not the holiday. There's way cooler battles than that. Like Wolf 359 is an amazing battle. Like, that's honored quite frequently. The time where two guys fought up among a glacier that was moving, and supposedly a great dragon jumped out of the water. That's a way cooler holiday. People celebrate those ones. But this one is kind of important, and Nasala seems to be a little... You see she's a bit eager, but she doesn't want to voice it, because you kind of get the feeling that she notices that you're not particularly enthused by the holiday, so she doesn't want to... You get the feeling she doesn't want to drag you into it. Like, if she's going, she feels like she'd be dragging you into it as well.
Yeah, if I would have picked that up from interactions with her, I probably would have suggested that we both go. Whether Penn enjoys it or not is a different matter, but he doesn't really get to do a lot of things outside of work with his sister.
And actually, as you and sister are kind of having the like, she's casually talking about it because you kind of bring it up because it's a long shift. It's green alert. There's nothing to worry about. There's like a neat star over there. Someone's doing a security drill. Engineering's checking on it on the engines. Like they're supposed to do at least 4 times a day. like Trailblazer is kind of he's kind of kept out of the way. He's showed his face once or twice at a staff meeting and done some classes. But as you're having that conversation, you see Cadet Ben approaching you.
Cadet, can I help?
Yeah, well, kind of. Maybe, I don't know. Just something that we think you might want to be aware of. Ensign Draben and I just felt something out there ahead of us.
Care to elaborate, or am I supposed to guess?
Well, it's hard to describe. I almost want to say Draben could explain it a bit better than I could, but he's a bit busy. It's familiar to at least what I'm told. The Betazoid religious artifacts create a similar sort of feeling among the Betazoid people.
And you're feeling that out here?
Thralic, you step onto the bridge because your break's over. And
Yeah.
Arlen, you're heading up to the bridge to check up on internal systems up on the bridge.
Draben and I both.
Is it on our path, or is it off our path?
I again do not have control over that token.
What? God dang it. Oh, I know why.
So...
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, is it like...
Yep.
So yeah, GM, is it directly in front of us, or is it like off to the side of us?
You're not sure.
Okay.
It's a vague Betazoid feeling.
Got it.
You'll know it when you get closer.
Got it. It's the Troy answer. Got it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately not. It's all I can tell you is that it's relatively nearby and it's in front of us.
Well,
Or at least we're going towards it.
What's nearby, Cadet?
No, I'll let the cadet explain.
As I just finished telling the captain, Commander, Benson Draben and I had a feeling, psychic feeling, one of similar to Betazoid religious artifacts and the psionic imprints that those create in Betazoids.
Interesting.
Similar. Yeah.
Admiral Trailblazer to Captain Pend, I request your presence in the conference room.
Says Captain Penn. Understood, I'll be there momentarily.
Cadet, observe any further reactions. That'll just be like quietly over to Cadet while that conversation's happening.
Yeah. I'll tell Draben to do the same.
Very good.
Yeah. And Ven is going to pass by the captain, go over to Draben. And say,
Cadet,
Yes?
if that feeling gets more prevalent and you get an actual direction, and
Of course.
it's within reason of us stopping to investigate, then by all means. But if it's too far off the beaten path, we'll check it on the way back.
The cadet looks at the commander as though to confirm that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sirs. And he will go back over to the ensign. Sir, the captain and commander just want us to keep our minds open for it, as it were, and if there's any change, let them know. If we if we feel that whatever this is close enough that we might be able to check it out, let them know, and we'll. But as for now, just you know, otherwise continue as normal, I guess.
All right, Cadet, I'm going to have you. I know you want to work on the sensors some more, but I'm going to need you to focus on keeping your mind open. Your sensitivity is a lot better than mine, so I'd rather you focused on finding it. I'll try to keep an extra sweep for it on sensors. If it's something artificial, we might see a psilocybin spike somewhere out there, but.
Okay, sir. In which case, the cadet is going to stand back up out of the chair. He's going to sort of approach the railing here, slightly lean against it, and he's just going to focus.
Is there
Fitness.
something we're looking for?
Science.
Kind of overhearing this conversation.
Possibly the voice of holy artifacts.
Commander, you have the con.
Says
Yes,
Draven.
Okay then.
I'm going to spend 3 momentum because my fitness is
Not sure how to calibrate for that, but okay.
Can I assist the cadet here?
You could, yeah.
All right.
Draven says, I just need you to increase our sensitivity to psilocybin. It's a shot in the dark, but if we're gonna see it, that's how we're gonna see it.
Okay.
Better than nothing.
Gain a reroll.
Do I get? Oh, I guess I do get another reroll because you're.
Yes, because I have advisor now.
Nope.
Reroll the same die 3 times.
That 0 is not changing.
It's
Yeah.
getting lower.
I got it down to a 15.
Sorry, my fitness. Can I use fitness command here or presence command?
You can use presence command. Yeah.
All right. And using a focus in team dynamics.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, we're back to 5.
Then you also gain momentum, bonus momentum.
Oh, okay.
Well, you can. Would you like to spend that bonus momentum for a question? All you've done so far is establish the advantage, so I'm going to keep that advantage in mind that you have actively opened your mind to be a little more sensitive to your surroundings, while also drowning out the entirety of the crew, because then you'll deafen yourself.
Right. So I'm thinking for a question. Because I've already felt the thing.
Yeah.
Whatever this is it particularly large?
Yes.
Oh. Sarah, whatever this is, it's big if it's reaching me all the way out here.
New scene.
Aw. Okay.
I'll be right back.
And you step out of the turbolift and see Admiral Trailblazer working on one of the consoles.
Admiral, you called for me?
Oh, yes. He taps, and you see his screen clears, like he wiped whatever he was working on. He steps away from it. I am acting as in my role as a liaison officer for the Alcaran PDF. Hence why it was a request, not an order.
Okay.
There is a Alcaran proctorate along our route that I was intending simply to send a message of, "Hi, how are you?" Just passing by, just friendly conversation. And they called back with a request for assistance. It seems that, well, let me brief you a bit. He takes a seat. He he pointedly does not take the seat you traditionally would sit in as the commander.
I'll
As in,
just
he is unconsciously not talking from a higher rank. He's talking from another force right now.
yeah, I'll just sit across from him.
Gain more momentum. That actually is quite a compliment to Trailblazer that you didn't do that.
Okay. That's
Like
just
you get
being
a sense
civil.
off of it. Yeah. Well, no, some captains would have said on a point of principle, yeah, I'm the captain here. It's like, no, I'm not doing that. Like, oh, that's cool. Most captains aren't that civil. Well, actually, you get the sense off of him that most captains aren't civil around him, unless they're under his direct command, and even then. So you see his eyes actually light up a bit more, which you get the sense that he's happy or pleased. So, there is a star system known as Vale. Now, my people encountered this world and found that, well, encountered this world and found that various species non-native to the planet were going there, believing that they were at the site of a holy place. They believed that the creator of the universe, or whatever variant they believed in, that as resulted to the same, actually stood on that planet, parting the veils of mystery between here and the afterlife. So you can imagine that you have a lot of very, very religious people who very, very much believe they're at the holy site and they are the true inheritors of it, that it became a problem. When we came along, my people, without breaching galactic law, what I can tell you is that we do provide services similar to Starfleet in the sense that we're willing to mediate certain matters, and this is one such matter that we are permitted to mediate. This was long ago. Well, I'm not sure if it's long ago, about 10 years ago or so. And we decided to negotiate and mediate between them to allow them to all worship in the same place and giving each other room to worship together in different ways, in their own manners. But it's a big planet, and they only have no more than 10,000 people for the entire planet, so it's not like they're going to run out of room. Such then that we had a proctor be assigned there to watch over and advise any disputes that may arise. But I'll make a point that this is a proctorate, not a client state. We are merely there as the mediators, the adjudicators at best. That said, there is a problem that's arisen that I've just learned about. It would seem that a group of people have risen up, calling themselves the Protectors and Defenders of Vale, a sort of militant religious group that has begun committing acts of vandalism to other places of worship, to people's homes. Now, my people are very limited within galactic law and how much we can intervene. However, my people are aware that Starfleet is willing to intervene if the planet, which is work capable, is requesting the assistance. So on behalf of Vale, the Proctor of Vale has requested of me to pass along the request to Starfleet to assists with the endeavor and hopefully find some way to de-escalate this before it turns into a full-on holy war down there. And I can't order you to go there. It would be an abuse of my power. But it is my duty as a PDF officer to pass along the request.
Well, as it currently stands, 2 of my Beta Z officers on the bridge have had a feeling of a religious item in the area. So I'm assuming this is Vale.
I suppose they might feel something there if there was a... He starts muttering something in his language. The translator does not catch it.
So, as I said to them, if it's on our way and they can identify its location, we can stop to investigate. So luckily, I was already intending to go there. But, as you have officially requested aid in this situation, I see no problem with offering it.
On behalf of my people, I applaud your mercy. And on a personal level, I appreciate you looking into it.
Well,
I will put in the coordinates into the computer to the location, as well as the appropriate channels to hail the proctor.
well, as far as I'm concerned, no one man's beliefs should come above another, so let's try and make sure everything at least stays fair on our trip.
Do you wish to assemble a briefing for the rest of your staff? I can fill them in as you feel, or you can brief them on the way. This is under various Starfleet regulations. There's at least 12. I looked it up. Technically 20 if you extend it to foreign officer exchange systems, but he waves his hand.
I'll
This
call
is
it.
you are the commanding officer of the mission. I cannot give you any orders on this. I am a outsider for the remainder of this mission.
I'll call a senior staff meeting if yourself could come as well. Your insight and opinions on the matter would be quite helpful.
He nods.
As long as you don't find any real issues with that.
I'm acting on the behalf of another people, so I'm not violating any portion of galactic law.
Very well. So after the senior staff meeting, I need to start the reading of the codex. Not got round to that yet.
It is a read. I had to memorize it before I got my commission.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that.
No. At least you don't have to memorize... never mind.
But yeah, if you would like to wait 5-ish minutes, so you can arrange any data you would need to supply to the meeting, I'll summon the crew.
Very good. He stands above his chair, walks over to one of the consoles, and starts typing up information. You notice his panel changes from the LCAR standard to a different UI, and he's pulling up information.
I'll stand up, go to head of the table, and just send a note to the senior staff to report to the conference room, and I'll send a message to Draven to stop reaching out and send Ven. I have an explanation.
Okay. So in your time, each of you come to the bridge. A bridge, bloody hell. The conference room.
This is a funny looking bridge.
As people start walking into him, you notice the Admiral's here, but he's not sitting at the head of the table as tradition would usually be. He's standing off typing at one of the consoles at the far back. But he's paying attention. He nods at people as you come in and makes it very quick. Any address of Admiral, he kind of waves you to no. At ease, you know. He seemed very focused on his console. Like he's only out of protocol acknowledging your address.
Well, I received the message from the doctor that she's currently busy with a patient, so any information will be sent down to her that's relevant. But as it stands, we have received a request from the Alcarans on a specific matter. Oh, so it's a request from Vale kind of like on behalf of the Alcarans because they sent it to him.
Trailblazer nods.
Yeah.
And he finally turns away from his console. You all can see that the UI is not an Elcar standard. It's some alien computer system.
Ooh, interesting. I kind of lean back and try to get a good look at it, and then think better of it, and look forward. I'm like, ooh, wait a second.
You feel a burrowing stare from Trailblazer, and it goes away when you stop looking at his console.
So yes, we've received a request for aid, and I would like our compatriot here to please describe to you what he put to myself.
Good morning, everyone. Under the relevant Starfleet protocols, I'm announcing that I am acting on behalf of the Alcaran PDF and not as a Starfleet officer. So bear in mind that for the duration of this mission, Captain Pend is in command. He turns and types on his screen. This is the Veil system. He then reiterates what he told Pend earlier, but he adds, there are 3 things in particular that the Proctorate requires, or requests, I should say. 1, they want Starfleet's help to uncover the source of the militant group and put a stop to their actions, peacefully and with no loss of life if possible. Which planet is squished?
The planet on the screen.
There are multiple planets.
There's 3 of them.
Multiple planets.
The M-class one. Este.
No, it's not.
No, it's
It's
fine.
got
It's got a shadow on it.
a terminus ring.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
It's not squished.
It looks squished.
That's called shadow.
This is why.
Look closer.
This is why you're an engineer.
The second point that is requested is to help keep the peace and ensure no other similar groups are likely to cause trouble. Third, to work diplomatically to ensure no further tensions escalate due to either Alcaran or Federation intervention. These qualify as directives. Now, a bit of background for you. Well, to explain the star system map that I pulled up here. This is a Sol-like star with 2 Class K planetoids, as well as a Class 3 nebula. The nearest planet, Vale, or Vale Prime in Starfleet Standard, is a M-class planet. Thus, it should be remarked that this M-class planet is especially close to its star, compared to most planets of relative to this star. To put it simply, this is a Gaia world or garden world. It is presumed by my people that this planet was terraformed in some manner, for this would not have naturally occurred given standard physical laws. Now, there are at least 3 major groups that practice aboard the world. They take great pilgrimages from long distances. There are 2 species that you have heard about already: the Jagui and the Hui. The Jagui are a species that tend to slip, or can slip, or perpetually are slipping, better way to put it, into and out of phase, but they are primarily in this dimensional phase. It is their belief that this world is their anchor. It is where the creator pulled them to this particular reality and has attached most of their presence here. The Hui believe that the grand angel of the stars guided them through the expanse of space and gave them wisdom, and it is this planet where the star shines the brightest. Lastly, there's the Lori people. The Lori are a middling warp species, able to achieve warp speeds of warp 6 and warp 7. They have no great presence in the Shackleton other than to be nomadic travelers. There is no central authority. They simply go from place to place seeking out holy places, going on pilgrimage after pilgrimage. This is one of the great pilgrimage sites, and has been for the last 10 years for them, as they believe this is where their creator stepped foot and blessed this galaxy into existence. It is also possible, according to I've been informed by the proctor, that there have been some beta and alpha quadrant species that you'd be familiar with. How they got out this far is not known to me, and due to restrictions of galactic law, she is not permitted to tell me, for I am a serving Starfleet officer, and she does not want to put me in an uncomfortable position of having to lie to my fellow officers or omit information. I doubt she will tell you herself, but my best advice would be to consult with those species themselves to ask why they're there. Listed species include Ferengi, Gorn, Romulan, Klingon, and Cardassian.
Seems to be quite the collection.
Seem to be a long way from home.
The proctor of the assigned to this planet is one Proctor Commander Melandane. I have served with her in the past, and she actually mentored me through the PDF. Although I have risen in rank, and technically speaking, I barely outrank her within the PDF. I am an equivalent to a captain within the PDF, since I've spent most of my time in Starfleet. I think that's partially why she reached out to me in particular, rather than to my people on Alcara. One, she knows me, and she knows that I tend to have a soft hand when it comes to matters such as this. 2, I'm the most familiar with dealing with Starfleet. 3, frankly, the Achilles is closer than any other starship that could be of assistance. Since the Aldemona solution to this problem is drastic and would be inappropriate given the problem. In system, at any given time, there are at least 3 civilian class freighters. Scale 3 phasers, although they do not have the same restrictions as you may be familiar with. They do have torpedoes. However, their torpedo system is nuclear-based rather than photon-based. Photon torpedoes doesn't seem to be particularly common for the civilian class. somehow nuclear weaponry is seen as less destructive. Do not ask me why they think that's true, but they believe it is true.
Is there anything particular we need to do upon entering the system to show non-hostility?
Standard issue procedure is to call upon the channel that I'm providing to you. That will be a direct call to Proctor Commander Malandane over an approved channel, and that will get her direct attention. And that will inform her that we are, even at distance, even if she can't see us very well, she will know that we are a friendly ship. Beyond
Understood.
that, the standard protocols one follows is appropriate. The last thing I'll say, before I take questions, is that there is a garrison of sorts of about 10 people under Malandane's command. Their job is not to police the world. Their job is to protect the Proctor Commander and to ensure that that order is kept within the courthouse. They are not. They will not be able to be. They will not be able to range beyond their duties to the Proctor Commander or beyond the arbitration duties. Galactic law restricts our actions very carefully to ensure, well, things that I can't go into right now. But suffice to say, your intervention, I think, will be the difference between calming the situation before it escalates any further.
The joys of working with galactic law without knowing galactic law.
Even knowing it only helps you so far. Your Starfleet directives have their own complications. Or rather, he shrugs, forgetting himself. Any questions?
Yes, so many. So of the three main powers on the planet we'll be speaking to, do we have any inclination of who would be the most difficult or the most open to us speaking with them to calm the situation?
Well, that's part of the issue, is that each of these groups have been, for the last 10 years, have been under the proctorship of Malandane. They have found a common faith. Well, common faith is a strong way to put it, but they have found enough to give each other room to worship in their own ways. And normally, the standard over the last 10 years has been that they simply, if they had a problem, they simply brought it up, and it was something they couldn't resolve themselves, they would bring in the proctor to adjudicate on the matter, and that would be resolved. This so-called protector and defender of Vale faction is new and has not been brought to Malandane's attention. That said, her role as a proctor is to be a guide and adjudicator, not a agent of direct action. That's something more akin to my duties than hers. Hence why I'm reaching out to Starfleet to help get assistance on the matter.
Do we know if these so-called protectors are part of a specific faction or a offshoot of all of them into one?
The only thing that is known at this time is that they are a mixture of various species, and they seem to be attacking the other faiths, both major and small. One might presume that they are their own faith entirely, but without further investigation, I would hesitate to speculate further than that.
type of permissions or authority would we have to investigate both on planet and within, say, the civilian freighters?
Well, keep in mind again that the Proctorate is a adjudicating force. We have to be requested to intervene, and even then, in a protectorate scenario, they come to the proctor rather than the proctor do any investigation. Any evidence gathered has to be gathered by the offending and defending parties. So if you wish to search anything, it will have to be at the behest and permission of the people who own or claim those particular starships or those particular homes.
Understood. At least it's something we know to. We have to reach out specifically to them.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any restrictions on planet?
The only restriction is to act in good faith and in good company. To unpack that a little, they do not have any particular restriction against arms and armament or any particular equipment. All that they care about is that you do not actively hinder someone else's worship or bring harm or conflict to a group. So it's not a thing I'm worried about from Starfleet personnel, but if this was a Klingon crew, I would advise them not to engage in any honor duels. Do not get into shouting matches with a preacher just because they're saying something you disagree with. Don't kick over tables. He waves his hand. So on and so on. But I trust Starfleet officers to act as appropriate before a alien culture. These people have a similar status, similar philosophy, although they don't voice it this way in IDIC. They just don't know that's what they're doing. And frankly, my people wouldn't have known about that particular philosophy until I reported it to them.
Fair enough. As it stands, when we enter system, the Achilles could do wideband scans of the entire system upon the other planetary bodies. And when approaching the main planet, Commander Thralic and Lieutenant Rylov can maybe form some investigative teams while I speak to the heads of the different species down on planet side.
Thralix player.
Like...
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Thralix player. That seems like it could be an effective way of approaching things, Captain.
Like, I'd definitely like to reach out to the leaders first to also gain their permission and understanding of the situation. But independently having yourself, Mr. Rylov, and the commander do some fact-finding could also prove more enlightening than some people could tell us.
I might also suggest to you that you speak with the commander, the Proctor commander. There are certain things that she may have only wished to share with you directly rather than through me. My role and her role are very different, and we're allowed to divulge different information.
By directly, do you mean in person or through direct communications?
Either would be sufficient. You would have to use your communication methods rather than mine, unfortunately. The extent of communication that would happen between my role and hers has ended until such time that galactic law requires further enforcement. The less I am involved, the better the situation will be.
Here's me about to ask you if you would be willing to work as an advisor in this situation.
In my role as a fleet liaison to Starfleet, I will clarify any matters of galactic law that I can and help you verify any information the Proctor gives you. Much as I do trust the Proctor Commander, I know it is your duty as a Starfleet officer to trust but verify.
And we are requested to re-establish and maintain, or find a means for the local populations to maintain the current status quo. Yes?
Yes.
Finding a balance between the religions of other cultures is not exactly something I am familiar with, Captain.
Maybe, but that's something I could work on. Specifically, what I need from you and the commander is just trying to gain information, especially on this new militant group. You don't have to stop them within the hour, but if any information that can be gained by other means and me speaking with the leaders of the different factions helps put us in a situation where we can clarify and clear the situation.
Yes, sir. I believe the sooner we talk to this Proctor Commander, the more information we will have, better affect a plan.
Agree.
As for Lieutenant Allen and Cadet Ven, if you two could work on our sensor system, once we gain some information from our sources of who should be there, what should be there, and in what fashion, the two of you can then scan for abnormalities. Hopefully that'll give us an insight in where these militant groups may be hiding.
Understood.
But for now, that's all I have until we gain further insight. Unless there's anything else anyone else here would like to put forward that I've missed.
Not at this moment, sir.
I'll just look
I
over
think we
to.
need to contact the relevant parties before we can make any more determinations, really, sir.
Agreed. And I'll look over to Trailblazer whether he's got anything to add that I've missed.
The one thing I'll remind all of you is that this is a formal request from this planet. Any concerns with the Prime Directive can be set aside, given the fact that the Proctorship is authorized to act on behalf of the people of the planet, and that said authorization has requested your direct assistance. I have merely been passing along the request. But I have high hopes that all of you will uphold the directives already set out before we encountered this planet.
Well, with that being said, we all have our actions to follow. Just a final note before we set off. As I said to the Admiral before you were all called here, myself, I'm not the type of person to put one's religion above someone else's. Please keep that in mind with your interactions with those on the surface.
Of course, sir.
Aye, sir.
And with that, you're dismissed.
Trailblazer turns, taps something on his console. The console goes back to Elcar standard, and the briefing table unlocks.
Oh, Captain,
Uh,
Rock will say kind of as she's leaving.
yes, Commander.
Assuming nothing goes terribly wrong after Alpha Shift, are you still planning to, or are you planning to attend the? I'm trying to think what the right word was. I've lost it.
The
The
remembrance.
reenactment tonight.
Yeah.
Remembrance. Yeah, that works too. Like,
Yes, Isala has shown some interest in it, so I was going to come with her, especially as a clan head, it doesn't harm.
mhm.
Plus,
I suspect there'll be some of the crew who'll be happy to have you there, Captain.
oh, okay,
I'd
sure.
gotten a few requests to, well, see what your particular inclination was. She'll just kind of smile and
Oh.
nod and head into the lift.
I mean, my inclination is
I'll
I'm there to torment Isala because she's been trying to work up the courage to ask you to go.
Thrall will kind of spin around before stepping backwards into the lift and go,
Do with that as you
well, that's
may.
wonderful.
I'll like sneak into the lift with Throlic.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Know what I mean?
Oh my goodness.
No,
No.
I think both of these characters are gay.
Look, it's the 24th century. I'm not judging.
Commander. Something a little um not mission critical. Oh, however, I was wondering if myself and Yolan could procure or a cargo bay for a dinner.
A cargo bay?
We're having a
Right,
few guests over.
right.
A
The
few
Nobulans.
guests.
Yes. Uh,
Just a small gathering of. Well, I talked him down off of 200 people, which would be half the ship.
I'm glad we don't have a cargo bay that large.
It's called the shuttle bay.
That's not going to be used for a dinner.
I mean, it has a nice
I'll
ambiance. It's very breezy.
Very breezy.
How- How many people are you thinking, Lieutenant?
He's asking for 50. I'm optimistic we will get that many.
Well, he has a way with people. I think it's
He
entirely
does.
possible. I'll see what I can do about. Just kind of pull up a pad. Cargo Bay 6 is fairly empty. I could probably get that reassigned for a night in how many days?
GM, I'm assuming that Yolan just wants to have like one dinner and not like entire family gathering, a family reunion for the weekend.
I mean, if he had his way, it would be the weekend, but you know he's willing to knock it down to just a day because most of the people attending will be Starfleet.
Just one day. It would be fine. 24 hours.
Then, when you have the specifics, fill out this form. Darlig will hand over the pad that she's pulled up, and it'll send it off to me for full approval. But you can act as though you've gotten that. I've got preliminary
Preliminary
clearance of the shuttle bay. There we go. Not shuttle bay. Of the cargo bay.
cargo bus 6.
Cargo bay 6.
Excellent, excellent, Commander. Thank you. And of course, if you're interested, you will be invited. But I'm not gonna obligate you with such an invitation.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I'll consider it.
And with that, I'm gonna go to the engineering console and grab sensors.
Captain Pend, I believe you're priming to do something in your ready room.
Yes, I was either going to summon the diplomats on board to start going through the codex, because I think we're a little too early to reach out to the... Oh shit, what's it called? The Commander? The Protectorate?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so as we're a little too soon to do that, I was gonna call the diplomats, command staff, just as many people as we have players right now.
Well, I know that you could at least Ambassador Senva would apply. Who else would you try to activate? Keep in mind your crew support ceiling.
Yeah, we've got 4, so maybe definitely want Brawl's Charm and maybe Vazam.
Anyone else? Well, actually, that's 3. You activated at least one other Drebin, so
Yes, we've got one more.
you can summon what amounts to a command detail of basically other attendants and civilians who can help you on the matter.
Yeah,
That
because
would cost you 1 momentum to gather them.
sure.
Okay, so
Or we can probably do it in the conference room. I was just getting it all set up in there.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Here, here. And you have the advantage of having a command detail, essentially. I'm going to mark them here in a moment. There'll be multiple markers, but it's still one advantage because you're probably getting a collection of people across the ship who are experts on the topic. Various low junior officers and specialists who, even like an enlisted who's in there, who's like, well, that's their thing. They're studying to be an adjudicator, so they know. Or a Vulcan who's like, oh, I may not be a Starfleet legalist, a jurist, but I was a lawyer before I joined Starfleet. So,
Hey, what's the odds of Commander Jaishu coming along for this diplomatic mission? Not
would you have
likely.
tried? I mean, if you had the support, no,
I
maybe she
do
was
technically
aboard.
have the support.
She could be aboard. Who knows? Um,
I don't see why she couldn't be.
Fudge muffins.
Well, yeah, there's 4 of you, so screw it, yeah. Let's have Jaishu here as well.
Oh, someone just took the move the seats around a little. Well, didn't you use one for activating somebody already?
Draven. We got 5.
Yeah. Oh. Actually, given the mission you guys are on, it is very likely that she's been coming on because you are on your way to meet with the Alcarans on a diplomatic mission. So you have assembled your crack diplomat team and legalists.
Well, before we reach the Alcaran system, we do have the... Shit. Hang on. The Codex Leges Galacticae we need to go over. So, I've assembled you all here so that we could all go through it and hopefully together get a strong enough grasp of it so by the time we reach these Alcarans, we're not completely in the dark of what we need to negotiate with.
Seems to be a sensible course of action, Captain.
Well, I would certainly hope so. But yeah, I said we got 4 NPCs and 4 players here, so pick an NPC and play.
So, the question I have to ask: are you trying to get this done before you arrive at the Veil system?
It would be nice if we could, but I was like realistically, it's going to be over the 10-day period. Had this team working on the codex,
Okay.
so we have like a true understanding of it.
Very good. That is a much different role than the one I was going to give you.
Why? What are you going to give us?
Like Diff 6, trying to get
Oh
it
yeah,
done,
we can.
trying to read. If you want to try to sit there and blast through this thing,
Fuck yeah.
within the next few hours, reason because you have so many people, so it's doable. Reason command, Diff 6, Comp 5.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know if we should try and breeze through it in all that time, just because of the comp specifically.
Yeah. So what would be the extended task? Because that's what more than
That's what
likely
you were
would
thinking
be.
of doing.
Yeah.
You had me spooked over here. I was like, he's not trying to do it before then. He's 12 hours. I mean, Starfleet. I mean, there is people who cram like crazy, but
You know for a
How much
fact I
RPG
would
do we
make
have
that
on
roll.
board?
because you're looking at some 60 volumes of text.
But yeah, like I said, even though the players is like, yeah, I could realistically do that just by myself. It's like thematically, no, it would be team of people, 10 days.
Yeah.
Let's get a true understanding of what this is and what we can use.
That will drastically reduce the complication because you're not rushing through it.
Because we're not being fucking idiots.
Oopsie. Ah, fudge, I didn't mean to click that. Dang it, dang it, dang it. No, don't open that. Stop.
Plus, it's
No.
the way I was thinking about like doing it this way is because then it's you sending that link to all of the players at the very least.
Well, the link, everyone should be able to see at least the preamble.
Well, yeah, we've got the
and the special
preamble,
advisories.
but I think what you sent to Winchester, like the full document.
Oh yeah, I send him all the articles because his character sat through
Yeah.
for days.
Yeah.
So it's one of those
There's
that was getting it sent to all of us this way.
Oh, you want to at least get the you can get the articles in 12 hours. That's at least getting the titles. Getting all of them is different. So if you want to get just the articles, that's just reason plus command diff would be 3 reduced to 2 because you have a detail of legal scholars with you. I'll assemble the extended task for a more comprehensive understanding of the law.
I'll. Does anyone want to take that one for an activation, or should I just crush that one out of the way?
I think Senva could probably take that.
Yeah, go for it. Just
She's
remember,
demand 14
all of
here.
these activations have 2 determinations.
Is good.
There it is.
All right. Spend momentum for an extra die. Focus in interspecies relations here, perhaps?
I'd take that, yeah.
Right. Here we go.
Yep. So that opens up. Now I don't have to keep these in the GM notes anymore. Copy. Set up a break. Tick. Boop. The Godus Legacy Galactica has been updated with the 60 articles.
Okay.
Fuck me. Did you actually write 60 articles of stuff?
I wrote out the titles at least, and I know what those articles are referencing.
Or just not say, if you wrote that much, there's something wrong with you.
It's world building.
I mean, we already knew something was wrong with the Corbinian before this.
Unrelated to this.
Unrelated to this.
There's something wrong with all of us. Come on now.
Oh, fudge muffins. I just assembled it and I just buried it because I copied something else. Okay, so work this, magnitude this, resist this, this. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
Why is Article 6 Exterminatus Galactica?
That's Al Ramona.
For any article, by the way, in the future, until at least until this work track is completed, if you want to look up a particular article, actually, you can look up a particular article now with momentum spends, but and get it, and I can give you a summary of what that article means and how it applies to a question you may have. But in later times, for any future episode mission, you can refer to it. It's just you'd have to do a reason command con roll difficulty 2 to look that up and then figure out how that applies to your situation.
Fair enough.
But yes, you are able to work on this once per episode because it is
massive.
Because you guys are like at this point is you guys assigning who's reading what, who's taking what, and then all right, we'll meet again tomorrow, and we'll compare notes. Because yeah, there's a lot of reading.
Yeah.
That thankfully you as players don't have to do, but these characters do. This is this is 61. Well, 60 volumes. The articles here is actually fairly straightforward, but the other 60 articles are lengthy.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'll take point if I've got my fantastic support staff around me.
Before you do that, is there anything you wanted to ask about the articles at this time from that last roll? Because you do have momentum on the table. You don't have to. I'm just opening the door because you succeeded at the roll.
Is there any specific articles that would help us either in this upcoming within the next 12 hours situation?
I will have to. I'll give you that momentum back. What I mean to say is, you can name because you only have a basic understanding of what the articles mean in Federation speak. You can nominate an article and spend a momentum, and then I'll clarify what it means. But this role, this extended task, is how you basically turn it into. You are as familiar with galactic law as you are with the directives of the Federation and the Charter. Like you don't have to roll for does Article 13 apply to my situation. You just say, is there anything in Federation law that lets me do X? You're a Starfleet officer, you would know that. Hell, you're a Federation citizen. There's some stuff you would just know as common knowledge. This is a whole new body of law with its own traditions and expectations that you have to unravel.
From me, no, but if anyone else has something they'd like to ask.
This is about the articles in general. We've got the list of them, I'm guessing.
You can spend a momentum to ask about a particular article, and you can ask me either just to define it or to ask if it applies to X, Y, Z.
Okay, this is a planet that is comes under a galactic law, correct? It is subject
Well,
to it in
I think
general.
all planets are subject to galactic law, according to.
Alright. And which one have we asked about already?
We haven't asked about any of them yet.
Okay, we've got Article 51, the right to self-defense, and I mean, that seems like, reasonable to ask about in this particular case, given there might be an armed aspect.
Yeah, sure.
There's
And 41, the
there's a
powers of enforcement.
furtherance of technological singularity, and then there's also a pursuance of technological singularity article.
Yeah, I don't think those help us in this case, but they're there. Yeah, they're
No,
definitely there.
there are two of them spread
Yep.
out by like 40 articles.
Well, like there's the right to self-defense and there's the powers of enforcement, which I think is we're being brought in as a power of enforcement, but that we might need clarification through the article to figure that out specifically.
If that's the case, yeah, we'll spend one. Which one do you want to learn about?
Listen, I put 2 options on the table. You fuckers can figure out the rest.
Jesus Christ. How about, can we spend 2 and get more information on Article 41 and Article 51, please?
Yep, you totally can. So Article 41 is the powers of enforcement. The powers of enforcement permits the signatories of the Codex Leges Galacticae to enforce the galactic law. This allows bodies such as the Migrant Fleet, as well as those of the Most Serene, to take both overt military action and direct covert action to ensure that the galactic law is so enforced. Lesser powers may be permitted, may have these powers deputized to them or granted to them in a limited capacity. But the signatory powers always and forever shall have these powers until such time that they vote that they strike this from the record, etc., etc., etc.
I'm interested about Article 8, lack of exemption from galactic participation, because we've seen a little bit of that in play, but
I'll follow up with I'll answer Article 51 as well, because I'll spend 4. Right of self-defense. All sophants, shackled or unshackled, large or small, have the right to defend themselves. The galactic law will never compel a sophont to their own self-destruction. If you believe you are wronged, you are right to defend yourself. If someone attacks you, you're right to defend yourself. The fact that the enforcement of the galactic law has not occurred could occur due to ignorance of the galactic law, or unawareness, or simply by fact that the Migrant Fleet or the Most Serene is unaware of the situation as yet. So it would be considered unjust to demand a sophont to sacrifice themselves waiting for reinforcements.
Fair enough. And you wanted to hear about Article 8?
Article 8. Lack of exemption from galactic participation. Any sophont, any power, large or small, shall be bound within the galactic, is a member of this galaxy and participates in all and any activities of the galaxy. Therefore, there is no exception of any kind, of any stripe, that is recognized by the Codex Leges Galacticae, no matter the reasoning or cause.
Basically, that's the article saying, shut the fuck up. You're doing it anyway.
That's the.
Well,
You didn't agree to this? We don't care.
Article 8 specifically is saying it refers back to Article 4, but you'd have to read that. But this is a specific article that says you cannot exempt yourself, and there's no reason you can be exempted. No matter why you think you may be exempted, you aren't. And the reverse of that's true. They can't exempt you either. They can't exclude you. You're not allowed to be exempted from that law. They're like, oh, it'd be convenient if you weren't protected by galactic law. You are. You always are. likewise, you are expected to adhere to it. Unless you're not from this galaxy or you're not in this galaxy, at which point the galactic law doesn't apply because this law is for this particular galaxy.
Fair. Anything else anyone would like to read up on?
I'm really interested in these like early articles, personally, but I think it's probably safe to just go to.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll think
Article
go on.
Article 33.
Article 33, right of arbitration.
Okay, sure, we'll spend for that.
All powers, great and lesser and great, have the right of arbitration in such times as either by and they may request this arbitration either by if there is an issue with the migrant fleet, the most serene may delegate their authority to an agent in the area. Likewise, if there is if there's an overreach of power from the most serene or their delegates, then the migrant fleet can be the arbiter. Such powers delegate further down to lesser powers, so the Aldemona in particular don't have to go there, and the Alcarans themselves don't have to go there. But they can, if there's a lesser power that they've delegated to, they can, in their name, go arbitrate a problem. If it isn't a problem with either party, then you can call in at your discretion as a lesser or greater power either party, whoever you think would be best to arbitrate your situation. Though it is highly suggested that parties agree unilaterally. If that is not possible for some cultural or physiological reason, then they will send a delegate, an arbitrator from both groups. I'll be right back.
Yeah, so that's basically what we're going to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like
We're just gonna land on this planet and we are the law.
yes, we're
The
going
law
to
is very
just-
restricted.
But I assume this session we weren't going to get a ton of activating security characters and the like, so
Yeah.
you know, might as well get
We're
some use
rolling.
out the command staff while we have the chance.
Also, we very rarely get to activate them. So.
I'm back.
I thought you're Corbinian.
So right arbitration. So the last thing I said was that if you can't decide on which one for whatever reason, you can't agree, fine, they'll just send one from each. It's like just to get it done. But you always have that right. All galactic participants have the right of arbitration.
Sweet. I think we'll leave it there for now.
Yep.
And start our one attempt at the task.
Hot pizza's hot. Work 60, magnitude 5, resistance 4, difficulty of 3, reason command.
Would you allow the dictate spend?
To what dictate? To what directive? sorry.
Directive, yeah. Work diplomatically to ensure no further tensions. If we know the galactic law, it helps with ensuring that.
Fair, yeah.
Yay!
Yes, voices are different, Ryloth.
I'll spend 2 threat.
Okay, hopefully I don't sound too terribly different.
You sound a bit clearer.
Yay! Okay, whew.
You still sound like your smarmy, self-important self. No.
Pretty much.
Good. I wouldn't have it any other way.
So I've got a reroll due to bold. I've got a reroll due to mental imaging. Focus and diplomacy.
Yeah, this is the first stage of diplomacy, understanding their laws.
Are there any traits that you would accept in this situation?
Deceased.
I currently don't have that.
Well, that sounds like a you problem. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, gateway travel tactics. No.
Well, that can be fixed.
That can be fixed.
I would like to see the cadet try and fix that problem.
Well, you just order him to do it. That's all. I will say no, unfortunately.
Okie doke.
Nothing hurting you though.
I've got a reroll. So that is 7. Plus 4 assists. Or does the diplomatic team reduce the difficulty or resistance?
It's up to you which one they reduce.
Resistance.
Okay, so resist 3. Did I write it in here? I did not. Whoopsie. I really should.
And what does not help?
What about Mr. Brow's charm?
Oh, right. Brow's charm.
Brawl's Chime.
Reason command. Coordination sounds like something that's useful when having multiple people reading the same book.
I would say so, yeah. No,
Hell
don't read
yeah.
that article. Someone else is already reading that article.
Or, oh, no, yeah, if you're reading that one, you work with that person, like, they already got it. They were talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
Focus and negotiations on Bazan's part.
Sure. Finding what points you would be able to negotiate with or through. What mechanisms there are to do so.
Of course you complicate things.
It's a cadet. What do you want?
And Ven, do you
Sorry,
want
I
to
just
roll?
got so excited.
Yeah. Ven, do you want to roll for Jaishu?
Sure. It is under
Command.
command. Chaishu.
She's not a Sister Shreya yet. Pen's working on it.
Would she be Shisha Shreya?
I don't know. Depends if you can get your family to buy into it. Sure.
I mean, I don't even have the last name for Shisha Shreya.
I don't think Starfleet protocols would come into play. Okay, I'm just rolling this straight. Oh, forgot to change it to her, but that's a hit.
7, 8, 9. I'll spend 2 of that just to squash.
Okay.
So that's 7. So we gain 4. And I'm rolling 7, I believe.
Yep. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 minus 3 is 2 work.
I'll spend 1 of my medals to create 2 momentum. And I'll spend 1 of those to reroll 3. Jesus Christ. I'll spend the last part of it and 1 off the board just to bump it up to 5.
Okay. 5 work. 1 magnitude. Base typically goes down. So, in your reading of the Codex, your first magnitude breakthrough is that you all recognize that these people, when they framed this document, it seems that they gave you the original translation, not the original, the original writing, so in their language, and you actually, or rather, you discover in the files that you can actually eventually access a Al Damona and Al Karan scripts. And you notice that this actually is a method that you can use to tell your universal translator how to understand their language, and that seems to be by design. If someone has the codex and they spend time reading it, eventually they'll figure out that language feature, and if they're advanced enough to have a universal translator, they can program in this primer, and that will and it translates all kinds of terminology. So you get from the most basic conversational terminology to very specific technical and legalistic terminology, and that actually will make reading that in later times when you read this thing, it makes it way easier for people to read it and for your translator to translate it to each of your unique languages. It's almost like they want people to read the thing.
Oh, wait a sec. I've not had a chance to do this before, but... Oh no, because we're only doing it once. Just the second part of mental imaging. So, we'll succeed at a reason-based task which is subject to time pressure, obviously an extended task. Reduce the difficulty of reducing the time by one. It doesn't really apply here because we're just doing it once a session, but...
Yeah, and also there's no pressure to get it done. It's more of a read it on your own time.
Yeah. It's just that part of a talent I've never had time to use.
Get it? Time.
Ironic.
Hey.
It's as if we've all got jokes.
In that case, new scene. As we go back to the bridge. So after some hours of study, Captain Pend is finally able to return to the bridge. Actually, walking onto the bridge, he probably has a pad in hand scrolling through the damn thing.
Just hearing muttering to himself, remind me not to read any more goddamn codexes.
Good evening, Captain, says Trailblazer.
Good evening, Admiral. Luckily, after starting reading this, we now have a base understanding of your language for the Universal Translator.
Oh, that's good.
It's as if it was designed to do that.
His eyes glitter for a second, and then he doesn't say anything. He just goes back to typing at his console.
Commander status?
Situation normal so far, Captain?
We are now approaching the Veil system, sir.
Understood. Reach out on the Proctor Commander's comms. Hopefully we can introduce ourselves.
Sensor advantage. Que pasta?
Arlen was going to make a advantage on the sensors to look for psychosolubin. That was like an hour ago.
Oh, psilocybin, yeah. Yeah, you could do that now if you want. Presumably you could have been doing it. You were doing it during those 12 hours,
Yeah.
so you have plenty of time. Let's call that control plus engineering difficulty of 2, assisted by
Sensors
computers plus science.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. No, it's computer science. I was right the first time.
Tinkering as a focus. 1 threat.
God damn it. I haven't typed it out in a while. But yes, you are able to establish the advantage to set the sensor to be a little more sensitive to be looking for that. If you wish to reach out and hail the planet, it will be a
Well, yeah, because Trailblazer
roll.
said we had to reach out via a specific comms channel to the Proctor Commander.
Yep.
He gave a specific channel. Shot throw our system. Yep.
Computer, I don't need to know my mail right now. Thank you, though.
You sure?
Appreciate your enthusiasm.
Communications, though.
Control engineering, assisted by comms engineering. Opening Haley frequencies. This normally would be harder to talk to her specifically, but you have her specific channel, so.
Mm-hmm. Funny that. I mean, tactical systems, that's what it is. Haha. Yay. Don't have a complication range. It was what difficulty, sorry?
0.
Oh, 0. Oh.
Would have been difficulty. Would have been a
Look
higher
at
difficulty,
that.
but
2 18s.
Ship's not
But I
an
didn't
assist.
Still didn't fail.
That's correct. Yes, you didn't fail.
You've established contact with the Proctor Commander.
Are we able to get the Proctor Commander on screen?
Yep. Amidst a white room with various light blue consoles, holographic consoles kind of floating behind her, and you can see people milling around. She turns toward the screen. She's wearing a uniform you remember seeing Trailblazer wear many, many years ago. It would seem these people do not change their uniform over time. They seem to have, they just keep the same design.
Nothing wrong with that. Proctor Commander, I am Captain Penn of the U.S.S. Achilles. I am here on behalf of Admiral Trailblazer upon a request to render assistance.
You see Trailblazer nod his head to her, and she nods back. Very well, Captain. You are the Starfleet personnel here to assist me with our problem?
That is correct.
Sending coordinates to an approved landing or beaming site as you feel is necessary. And you get data sent to your communications console. She says that, and someone behind her sends it over.
Thank you very much. We will take up position, and I will beam down with a group of crew to assess the situation.
Very good. I assume you've been briefed. I know how to do my job, Malandane. Calls out Trailblazer. She nods. Very well.
Yes, he's been especially vague as usual, but helpful. But,
Through learning wisdom.
well, yes. But I look forward to meeting you in person and at least discussing the situation.
Very well. I will send you coordinates to my particular building, although it will be fairly obvious as it is the sole Alcaran building in the settlement. So you will find my location fairly easily, I imagine. But I will send it to you all the same.
Thank you very much. I'll hopefully next speak to you in person and cut the comms.
She's agitated, says Trailblazer. She
Oh.
was in the middle of something when you called her.
I mean, what gave that away? Considering there's religious unrest.
No, something else is going on. She just didn't want to say it over comms.
Will you be accompanying me down?
It's best in my role that I don't. There are certain powers that I have that should not be activated. I hope will not need to be activated at this time. But if I go down there, I will have to act appropriate within galactic law. And I believe that may compromise your mission.
Very well. Yes,
Captain,
yes, Mr. Rylov?
are you going to go speak with her in person, or is that something that the commander or myself?
I'll be speaking with the Proctor Commander personally. The secondary beam location will be for both yourself, Lieutenant, the Commander, and any other diplomats that wish to accompany you.
Very well, Captain.
So, Shreya, please take us to designated locations.
From the security console, as you get to that particular location, the three civilian freighters send very quick transmissions to you. You are sent a variety of religious texts, warm wishes and blessings, and that they are aware of your presence and welcome your peaceful intervention in this troubling time. They say it in different ways, but all three of the freighters basically acknowledge that you're there.
Yeah, probably send a response back to all three of them, being once introduction to the Proctor Commander's been had, we would be honoured to interact with each of them, either separately or collectively. And I'd probably have standing orders for Ven and Arlen as well. People are off doing other things for them to keep scans of the system.
I mean, I do love skating for life forms.
Like
Do.
forms
Arms.
every time.
Every time.
Well, it's from the best movie in the series, so.
It's as if
Come
we're
on.
all fucking children.
Speak for yourself.
No, we're cultured. Different.
You keep telling yourself that.
It's because I'm right.
Best movie? I mean, top 10 at least, but not best.
Wait a minute.
Waiting.
No, okay.
Stay on target.
Stay on target.
Hold!
Wrong franchise.
Holding!
Hold all.
But yes, what tasks would people like to do at this time? You are currently in orbit of the planet Vale. And the other freighter ships just make room so you can easily there is a spaceport in orbit, but it's a very rudimentary. It's enough to maintain and fuel freighters of scale 3. In a pinch, if you guys were in an emergency and you needed like some extra dilithium, they could sell you some, but they're way too small for a ship your size. You're too big for them.
Yeah, I think the standing orders were Arlen and Ven to scan the system for Rylov, Thralic, and any of our diplomatic team to go to the first location, and from Penn to visit the Proctor Commander separately.
All right. Well, let's resolve the first roll, the scan roll, because that's the easiest one for you guys to get to, because it takes time for you guys to get down. Would you like to perform a general sweep of the system, Cadet Ven or Lieutenant Arlen?
I'll do that.
That sounds like Ven roll.
Reason. I'd ask, but you can totally assist Arlen because you are.
I'll assist.
Reason plus. I almost said reason plus sensors. That makes no sense. Reason plus science. Assisted by sensors plus science. Difficulty be decreased because you did make this a little more sensitive. This may help you sense a particular thing. Now, normally a general sweep is diff 0, but that would just tell you what Trailblazer already told you, that these are Class K planets, that's a Class M, that's a Class 3 nebula, But you probably want more information than that, I imagine. So, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So, would be diff 4, brought down to diff 3.
Okay. I am going to spend 3 momentum. Sensor operations focus.
Tinkering focus on my end.
5 hits.
I'm actively adjusting in the sensor array to get optimal reads and compensating for our stellar radiation, and
Sure.
that might interfere with our equipment.
So we get.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to do that.
The system's gone!
Oh no, we've exited the galaxy again.
No!
Yeah.
This is a lot of typing.
Didn't know if people were going to look into this or not. So.
What, you didn't think Starfleet would scan things?
You guys have not scanned things sometimes, all right?
What are we, Klingons?
I mean, you said it, not me.
Look, we have 1 Klingon.
You
No, we
had
have 2
one. Oh, you do?
Klingons.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Klingons,
Klingons.
They need to learn to let go.
as they would have said it in the original series. Klingons.
Are they off the
Oh.
starboard bow? Starboard bow? Starboard bow?
Laying on off the starboard bow, starboard bow, starboard bow.
It's life, Jim, but not as we know it, not as we know it, not as we know it.
For the love of, why is it?
It's worse than that. He's dead, Jim. He's dead, Jim. He's dead, Jim.
Worse than that, he's dead, Jim.
For those of you listening to this at high speed, I apologize.
I apologize that we're all fucking children.
I don't apologize for that. Some of us are not afraid of our inner child.
Yeah. Yup.
And now for the chorus. Star trekking.
No.
And in,
Yeah, it's music.
and in Arlen's case, yes, we have inner children, but in his case, some of them are touched.
Man, I actually have them. Oh well, you'll know what I mean.
But will we?
Oh, I'll always be confused.
You said it.
My lot in life, to suffer.
Oof.
All right, now sending details to the relevant people who worked on the problem. Assuming Discord doesn't hate me. There we go.
Yeah, it only hates you if you go over the character limit.
I'm not gonna hate you for other things.
You and you.
Oh. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Are you detecting what I'm detecting on Veil 2?
Oh. I think. Yeah. Is that what I think it is, sir?
I think so. Can we identify a polity who might have put that there?
I do get a free question. Whom? Does that signal? Does that signal signature conform with any known power? You know, those used by any particular species?
I've sent you the answer.
Oh, I'm sorry. I see it now.
It's cool. I'm used to being ignored.
You're welcome.
Sir, on Veil 2, we're detecting an Alcaran signal booster, a radio signal booster. They tried to hide it.
I mean, I'm not on the bridge, so you'd probably be saying that's Trailblazer.
Well, you're saying it to Arlen more like, because remember, he's acting as an advisor now. He's not active Starfleet for this mission.
Sorry again. Could you say who that subspace booster is from?
The Alcarans.
That. I think that makes sense.
We should let the commander. Wait, is the admiral the only like command level person on the bridge?
Arlen has
The
command of
Admiral-
the bridge currently.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm the CO.
Oh, awesome.
Can we tell where the transmissions are going, and can we get a fix on at least packet size of what data they're sending?
Those are two different questions, two momentum to answer.
Hang on. First things first.
That's true, yeah.
It sounds like we're still resolving this then.
You're right.
Hang on. Nope.
No hurt, no foul.
I'll spend
We're-
the 2.
Yep, spend the 2, but figured it was worth a shot to see if we could get one of those for free.
And what was the second question again? What type of signal they're sending?
Either what type or packet size. I don't want to necessarily read context, but I want to at least know what type of files are they sending. Are they sending PTFs, Word docs, audio, visual, sensor data?
If they're
And
sending Word docs, is something wrong.
I don't know. I want a general idea of what they might be sending before we go snooping.
They're sending notepad files.
Hey, there's a reason you would do that. It reduces bandwidth load.
Exactly.
Which in subspace is pretty hard to do, but still, it might matter. Actually, it always matters. Physics still matters, as it were.
They're sending. Looks like they're sending
and if they
gifts.
and if they send a notepad file, oh, maybe it's something small and encrypted that might be used to slip by other sensor networks. There's reasons for it.
Would appear to be holographic records, audio records, written records, just various types of presumably Corbinian. By this you mean like archive records, or
I'm telling you what type of how much each of those. The first is that takes up the most space on a data drive, and as you go further down, it takes less and less space.
Okay.
So they are those are the three main things they're sending.
So mainly holographic records, audio records, written records. Obviously the holographic records take up the most density out of these data packets, but it looks like they've also managed to cram in some audio and written text records in between. Very efficient, I'll give it that. But the question is what they're like, what the specific purpose is. Could be, and Sarah's might be a complete guess. Could be, these records could be religious information.
Okay.
I mean that's just that's purely a guess, though, which is my way of saying no. That the GM did not send me that. That is my
intuition.
That is Ven's guess.
Okay. In that case, let's not look further into it. This is probably just a. Let's not look further into it. If for now, we'll inform the captain as soon as he's back on board. Keep monitoring it if it has a change in traffic.
Right. And Ven goes over to the security terminal and like hands whoever's and actually goes over and says, "Do you mind?"
Someone steps out of the way for you to let in, but they kind of stand over your shoulder because this isn't your department. But they watch what you're doing.
Yeah, he taps in like the frequency to monitor, and then steps back. He says, "That's the frequency to keep an eye on from the security standpoint."
So are we intercepting communications then? Says the officer there as looks back at Arlen.
Not intercepting and just monitoring bandwidth. See if there's a change in bandwidth. I don't want to invade their privacy too much unless there is reason of suspicious activity, which at this point I do not presume them to be a suspicious, and also we are tentative allies with the Alcaran, so let's not go snooping through their personal letters.
I would like to think we're not tentative allies there, Lieutenant, says the Admiral.
And Ven then says, and sir, I mean, don't forget, I mean, this radio booster here, clearly they were clearly trying to hide it. This is something that they likely didn't want anyone to know was there. There are far more convenient ways, convenient locations to put a transmitter like this. They would have only chosen Vale 2 because it was out of the way.
And actually, further, something your characters would know out of hand. If you want to have a signal booster in subspace, you put it in space, so it doesn't have anything in the way, so it can send stuff. Putting it even on a planet adds to your complications because you're basically blinding that thing to everything planet
Behind
side
it.
down.
Yeah.
And if you put it underground, like this thing does, you are
It's
forcing it to.
underground.
Yeah, like
That changes things.
Yeah, this thing is hidden. Now, sensors can pierce the underground. It's just something you had to look for. You had to go out of your way to scan for it.
Yeah, they clearly didn't want anyone to find this. That's suspicious, sir.
Yeah, given the information of how subspace boosters would work.
Trailblazer adjusts his uniform, but says nothing.
But again, it's your order, sir.
How long do I think Captain Penn's gonna be gone? And do I have the liberty to hail him really quick and inform him?
He's probably getting there, but he's probably down in the transport room at this time. So you can probably still call him real quick before he leaves the ship.
Okay. Arlen to Captain Penn.
This is Captain Penn.
Doing a cursory sweep of the system, we found a hidden subspace booster buried underground on the second planet on Vale 2. We're monitoring its traffic flow, but we haven't tried decrypting any of the information. Do you want us to take any additional actions or just monitor it for now?
Are you able to discern the origin, like the make of it?
It's all Karin, sir.
For now, just monitor. After my meeting with the proctor, I may change that decision, but let's not go too far too fast.
Should we inform you if there's any change, sir?
Please.
Aye, yes, Captain.
Cook comes.
Be advised, Lieutenant, that although Starfleet's technology is higher than the pilgrims that are here, they do have subspace radios. If you're going to send anything sensitive, you might want to encrypt it next time. Just a suggestion.
Ben goes back to his seat. Well, encryption isn't really my area.
Through learning wisdom, Cadet. And with that, we cut to which first, Captain Pend or Lieutenant Ryloff and Commander Thralic?
I will be right back.
I think
who wants to go first?
I think
first, maybe.
I was going to say, do the dream team of Ryloff and Thralic want to go first?
Oh yes, a dream team.
Yeah, sure.
Do you want
new scene? Sorry. Before, yeah, you're right. You can assemble stuff before you go down. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just about to say, do you want any diplomats to go with you?
Yeah. Like the ambassador, probably. Just like, someone who's competent at these things. It's not really Thralic specialty.
And it's Ryloff's?
Nope. I think we're both here for the investigative part later, really.
I can tell you exactly how he was taught to deal with religious dissent.
Oh no.
Mhm.
Wouldn't have beamed out in the first place. Phasers can reach them just fine.
What
Yeah.
phasers?
Disruptors, sorry.
Glass the planet. Glass the planet.
Anyone else joining the away team into the village?
If we're picking up NPCs, Vasan, I'd like to come along. At least, yeah, Vasan would volunteer if the commander's willing.
Very well, cadet.
All right.
Do I pay for any equipment or a security detail? No, it's a reasonable question. Do you want?
I
Do you
know.
want anything?
I couldn't help. with that.
Grenades, Type 4, or phasers.
Yeah, seems
No.
reasonable.
Pardon me.
Honestly, not really. Like, I don't think we're really going down there in force. So,
No, it's kind of difficult to investigate with grenades. They
exactly.
draw attention.
But they also open doors.
It's about to open your head.
So is a Type 1 phaser.
Or
Uh,
answering the right
Torch.
questions.
Sorry, wrong character. Or
Mhm.
this character is not the gung ho one.
Oh, they're the lost
Although
puppy.
she is ambitious, I will say that for Vazan. So not bringing down any additional equipment beyond your standard issue.
Probably bring down just like, the paperwork of like, here's why we're here, here's what we can do type
So
deal.
load up a pad. Load up your pad with your bona fides.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Our Cadet Fazan and Ambassador Simva are walking down with Type 1 phasers unless you authorize otherwise.
Self-protection.
All right, so the four of you beam down.
Cadets is it's locked on stun.
They might need it for kill for other things like opening doors, destroying debris, stuff like that. It's up to the person responsible to not abuse it. If you think they can't be used, trust them with the kill setting, you don't give them a phaser. What the dang it?
Well, that was a music shift.
Oh, dang it. That's why I was having audio glitches. Still thinks I'm over there. There we go. As you beam onto the planet, you find yourself in the center of an open plaza, and the place is bustling with activity. All manner of shops selling various religious trinkets and paraphernalia of every type and of every denomination. You are seeing some Romulan ones, some Ferengi books of rules of acquisition, some Gorn Analects of strength, Klingon stories of Kalis and lore songs, Cardassian legal books, so on, and the various factions in their unique religions. The people around here all seem rather calm and in good spirits. When your group beams in, various people who notice you beam in kind of they step back a little bit because they probably saw the sparkling and went, "Oh, someone's beaming in." And you are greeted by a chorus of blessings and gestures, and you do see the wide gamut of the three primary pilgrimage species, but you also see other species as well. Although they are far less numerous than the other three major groups. There are some other species you don't know. You just see them, and that's an alien. Like I don't know who that is or what they are, but they seem happy, or they greeted me. They blessed me in the name of the great slime. That one blessed you by the rock that dwells, so on and so on and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And by the end of it, by this great amount of greeting and hospitality and just general goodwill, and maybe it has something to do with just the beautiful countryside, the view that's just breathtaking, the settlement, which is built to be to allow for as much movement as possible between buildings, but they're still very efficiently designed, very eco aware, these buildings. Except for the one thing that stands out is one silver obelisk of a tower that juts out from the center of the city. And you were all told that's where the proctor's office is. But somehow, after all that, seeing all this, seeing the sky, and it's times like this that a Starfleet officer kind of has that moment that's of awe, realizing that part of the reason you joined Starfleet isn't to wear the phaser, it isn't to swagger in your uniform, it's to see whole new worlds and seeing brand new places like this.
So, new life forms and new civilizations.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
these are new life forms and a new civilization. It's like, this is exactly what you all signed up for. And even Senba has a look of intriguement, like paying very close attention to everything, what everyone's saying. Because this is, again, you become an ambassador for the same reason. You get to meet new peoples. To that point, you gain 4 momentum.
Oh.
Any
Okay.
particular reason why?
Because you're
Reasons.
it's just that level of comfort. You feel that more confident, and you're doing something that this is why you joined Starfleet. So you're just in a really good mood. And you don't feel like you're in danger. This is probably one of the safest places in this for light years in any direction.
Which gives us a float, so probably
Which does give you a
question
float.
about the place.
You can ask a question with that float based on that feeling, because as if you're struck by inspiration and something occurs to you.
Okay, so we've just arrived to struck by that feeling. Maybe who here doesn't appear to be struck by such a feeling?
Or who it maybe struck a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Like who does it more zealot-like striking?
You can spend that if you want.
Yeah.
No one in your presence has. They may be zealot or zealous. Sorry, they may be pious. They may be, but in all those faces and all those words and every stall, you see nothing but goodwill. These people are in a holy place, and they are happy to be here. And if they have to share it with other faiths, whatever. That's fine. Go ahead. Because all these faiths seem to be faiths that even the Klingon one honors them in the sense of the Klingons are the only ones that may seem the most off to you, because most people are used to Klingons being very combative, but something that the people with Con 3 or higher might know. I don't know if any of you have that.
3 or higher, yes.
If you have Con 3 or higher, you would know off the back of your hand that Klingons are combative and warlike and honor-bound, except for very specific places in the galaxy, and those are holy places. You do not fight there. If you do, you're fighting in the name of Kahless, not the Empire, not for your family. You're fighting for Kalis in particular, or you're fighting for the spirit of for the Klingon soul. You're doing a religious fight. You don't do petty matters of honor in such a holy place. So these guys are treating this with that level of reverence. They don't do that. Klingons do not don't have. You've never heard of a Klingon doing that to any place outside of the Empire, save that one incident with Voyager. And that's because they met a Messiah in their presence, and that was an exception. But that was a person in particular. But that's like super rare. But yeah, no one has that level of, even the Ferengi is being like, they're acting as appropriate. They're acting like they're on Ferenginar. This is a market. They're making sure they're making deals, and everyone here is a Ferengi just like them, essentially. Why? Well, they're all here to trade. And he's making money because the Pilgrims aren't poor. They came here. They travel all this way here. They have materials and various crafts that they made. So the Ferengi is doing well, and he's trading out Latinum, and they're interested in Latinum because it looks interesting and alien, and they find that very intriguing. Though they find his rules of acquisition theirs, I should say, their rules of acquisition far more intriguing than the money. The money's a neat, novelty. But, it's like, hey, look, a $5 from another country. I'll never spend it, but hey, that's neat. As opposed to, oh, wow, one of your religious texts. Well, I'm a theologian. That's way more interesting to me.
Yeah. Huh. Well...
And I'll note, you do not see anyone standing guard. You don't see any police units of any kind. People are armed, but no one's standing guard. People just happen to be armed or unarmed, as the case is. The Klingons are obviously armed. The Cardassians are obviously armed. The Gorn, well, they're always armed. They have teeth and claws. They are always armed, whether or not they're armed. But they have weapons, but they're not,
They
bullying
are
anybody or
weapons.
fighting anyone. They are the weapons, so...
Yeah.
The Romulans who look at Ryloff, someone would just kind of nod at him, like, oh, hey, a Romulan, hello. And they don't seem disturbed that you're wearing a Starfleet uniform. That doesn't seem to bother them in the slightest.
What are they wearing?
They are wearing civilian clothing. They're not wearing they're not wearing naval uniforms.
Okay.
Which either means they're off duty or they're actual civilians. They're not part of the military.
And
All right, let's start asking around. Get as much of an investigation as we can get done without formal authorization done. Get some footwork.
Very good, Commander.
Yes, sir.
After the captain's discussion, hopefully we'll be able to reach out to individual leaderships.
With any sort of luck. Though I'm not entirely certain where to start beyond simply overhearing things.
People here seem friendly.
Vasan, ever bold. Picard maneuvers her uniform, walks up to her group, and introduces herself.
Which group?
Eeny, meeny, miny, the Jaghui. Or however you pronounce that.
The Jagway.
Jagway.
The person you approach seems like they are phasing in and out. They seem almost translucent, wearing big billowing robes, carrying in one arm, tucked in one arm, is what looks to be some sort of tome or book. The Jagui are dressed in bright bits of jewelry, such as a circlet about the head, rings on their hands, and those seem to be the things that fade out the last, as if they're meant to draw the eye.
I don't get the opinion that these are holograms.
They don't seem to be. They just seem to be phasing in and out of existence. But they're mostly here. When they're phasing, it's like they're about to phase. It looks like they're about to fade, and then they are here. They snap into full, and they just phase in and out like that, flickering. But they're interacting with the world around them just fine. But they almost seem to float when they move, because their feet tend to phase out, so they kind of whoop, and then they're over here. If someone's
And-
running, they vanish, and then you can't see them for a bit, and then like 10 feet later, they reappear, and they're still moving, as if they didn't break stride.
Fascinating. And for the players' sake, what questions are we asking?
Hey, you're the one that walked up to them. What do you want to know?
This is the player. Okay. This is the player are asking like what's the total investigation, or is it just investigation in general?
Religious
And right now
unrest.
Yeah. Trying
That
to
was
figure out the
3
religious
voices at
unrest.
once. Okay.
Religious unrest pending armed religious conflict, which we're trying to
Okay.
be subtle about.
Yeah.
Because saying it out
But,
loud
like-
tends to spark panic.
Okay.
Or inspire counter militias.
Hi, I'm Cadet Jahara Vasan of the Starship Achilles.
Ah, you are from the United Federation of Planets. You have come
Yes,
far in this reality. What
yes.
brings you to our presence?
We are explorers, and we're not just explorers of the stars, but we are also explorers of peoples and cultures. And I was wondering if you can and tell me a bit about your culture and what brings you here.
Well, I can tell you what I can. However, it is the great anchor among us who would probably be the most connected to you and able to free your soul to the understandings of the beyond.
I'll circle back to the. I would be interested in talking to this great anchor, but at this point, I wanted to get the opinions of the people on the street, and get your opinions and directly.
Presence con, difficulty 2. Learning the ways of the Jacqui. You can argue for
Journalism
something
is-
else, but that jumped to mind. That's the first thing that jumped to mind. It's understanding in general what they're like.
Journalism as a focus.
Yes, actually.
Might be. Could I push command for our understanding in other cultures, or with the idea of building towards negotiations?
You're talking to random people on the street. They have no
Okay.
level of authority.
They have no level of authority. Okay, which is what I was going for anyway. So we'll.
That's why they're pointing at the anchor. It's like, oh, I can tell you what I know, but I'm just a guy. Yeah, I'm just a guy too. I'll talk to you. Why not? This is an interesting conversation. Look, an alien. Hi, alien. I'll talk to you. Sure.
If I offer them some insight on the United Federation of Planets, could I trigger or bargain? Hey, you tell me some of your stories, I'll tell you some of mine. If they're
Oh, you have
interested.
the bargain ability.
Bargain talent.
Let me think. Well, let me read rather, and I'll think about it because I kind of like the idea.
Oh,
If anything, I'm fishing for a reroll. Oh,
I
but
know,
yeah, it might
I
hit.
know.
a reminder: you have the NPCs activated have 2 determinations.
Yes.
I will have to say that this is not a conflict. You're trying to get them to tell you. They're willfully trying to tell you stuff. You're just trying to get them to tell you stuff that matters to you. Whether or not the phases of the third planet on the second moon is particularly holy is not wholly relevant to your investigation. So you're trying to,
Okay.
that's interesting and all. I'd love to hear about it, but can we get back to my other question? Oh, sure. Sorry, didn't mean to.
Do you have bold command here, and that's diff 2. Take 1 threat, and we
Roger.
will run for this.
Pardon me. God.
Reroll. Bold command. Reroll.
The Jagui are a very mystical species overall, as you've just learned, very friendly. They respect the written word greatly and respect. They consider this reality the holy reality, but it is not the sole reality, and a true Jagui must allow themselves to traverse to other realities to get a full picture of what they're seeing and what they're hearing. For example,
So are they?
they have, as they're phasing in and out, they have talked to like 5 different versions of you wearing different uniforms, having different hair, that sort of, or someone else entirely asking the same questions. But to
So
them,
they're trans-dimensional, sort
yep,
of.
yep. Well, they shift from one quantum reality to the other. They're constantly shifting. But there's only one they're actually interacting with. They're just aware of the other ones. And
Neato.
that's why they phase out, because they're suddenly somewhere else entirely, and they believe that they're actually swapping places with someone else, so that way they can get unique perspectives. Which this actually teaches you that the Jagwe actually have a species talent that makes them very quick to learn about a situation. It's hard to lie to them or to mislead them, because they get to see various facets of who you are as a person across various realities. So if you say, "Oh, I'm not very warlike," well, in like 20 of the 30 different realities I saw, you're warlike. So what, this reality is trying to lie to me. For example, it's not perfect information, because they still have to, it's not a revelation. They're not told this from on high. Well, they say it's from on high, but you understand it's their perception and they're able to, they've learned to use that to their advantage. And supposedly they're
And
swapping places with their quantum twins elsewhere in across the dimensions, and they're learning about this reality.
and what is our specific connection to Vale? What brings them to this planet in particular, according
This
to
is
them?
this is the greatest of anchors. This is the most. This is where all. This is where our connection is. The veil part is what anchored our souls here, so that we don't drift aimlessly across reality. And likewise, in other realities, veil exists everywhere. It is so holy that it exists in all realities.
Huh? Like space salamanders. Got it. Yeah, I'm just gonna take extensive notes of this and talk with them for 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes if they're are that talkative.
While you're talking to them, who are the rest of the party talking to? As Villadon gets into a rather a full discussion with some random Jagwe people who start gathering around her and start chatting up with her and happily explaining themselves to her.
I'm gonna head over to the Ferengi, actually.
Yes, hello! Welcome to my shop.
No.
How are you? You must be. Oh, you're a commander of Starfleet. Ah, it has been some time since I've seen one of your uniforms. Quite. Which means you know the value of latinum, and you must come from a starship worth much, much wealth. Ah, the eternal frontier, indeed. How can I help you? What are you looking to buy today? Or are you looking to sell?
Oh no.
I'm curious, how long have you been on Vale here?
Myself? 4 years, I guess.
Do you think this is where the divine treasury is?
And what brought you here?
Well, you see, I was part of a crew that was exploring and exploiting the various resources hidden within the Shackleton Expanse, and then our ship came here, and we found that it was as if any deal we wanted could happen. So many of the rest of my crew have gone back to Ferenginar with riches and wealth and connections. So I'm here, well, to be a branch office of the larger franchise we're establishing, and to keep our connection with this great trade nexus. I mean, I kind of wish it rained more, but there's plenty of tube grubs and plenty of people who have very tasty treats and various nice, he licks his lips, nice women that are very friendly indeed.
Nah.
Of course. So, a keen businessman like yourself must have taken many notes on the local affairs while you've been here, yes?
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Would you like to buy a guidebook? He presents He presents a guidebook for each species,
Mm-hmm.
including his own,
No.
actually. But he's just trying to sell you the rules of acquisition.
Yep. No, I'm not
Well, you
interested in
never
a
know what they'll come in.
guidebook per se,
You never know what
but I
they'll
am
come in.
interested in speaking one savvy individual to another about any sort of changes you've noticed on Vale over the last few years.
Oh, I have. You've arrived.
Very funny.
I
Very
am, aren't
funny.
I? He grins. He is very amused at that joke.
Oh God.
Uh-huh. God. What's the name of the faction that's militarists again?
The Guardians of Vale, what's it called?
Alright.
Protectors. Oh, for the love of copy paste, then. Yeah.
For the love of copy paste.
For the love of copy paste. That's
paste.
their name now.
They're about the preservation
Protectors
of information.
and Defenders of Vale. Oh, it's in the title name. Duh.
Yeah, it's quite literally the title.
Mm-hmm. Well, I forgot it, so let's see. I don't think I want to specifically say that. How much
I mean, if it helps, you more than likely would be authorized to buy information.
yeah, that's what I'm planning on doing. Especially from a third party like Ferengi here. Of course, the Federation is interested in making some minor inroads here, and would be appreciative of some of your insights into, from what our information tells us so far, is the only really impediment to potential peaceful contact. These protectors and defenders of Vale.
Presence plus security.
Mm-hmm.
Difficulty of 2.
Yep. Focus and observation.
Yeah, you're kind of watching to see if anyone's overhearing your conversation or reacting strongly to it.
Yeah. I'm also trying to watch him.
Hmm. Don't worry, you know where he's looking.
Yep. Let's see.
At your wallet, obviously.
Yeah. Oh, where else?
Or trying to guess where it is, because, and then remembering, oh, right, you guys don't have pockets. That's very annoying. It's hard to tell how rich you are.
Some of the uniforms have pockets. They're just like very stealthy pockets. Because they had pocketed and non-pocketed versions of the uniforms. Alright. Yep. I'll buy 1 die here.
With
Momentum. So we're full up on it. 3. Alright.
2 momentum generated. Well, I mean, I could tell you. And he kind of motions you to speak a bit close, to lean in, and he leans forward and he whispers, I am a businessman, and for the right fee. He shrugs and then holds out his hand. For a momentum, he will answer any question you have of him for a momentum. Well, for each
Cool.
question you ask him is 1 momentum, but he will answer you, and it will be in secrecy. He'll hand you like a pad with information on it.
Mm-hmm. All right, folks. What kind of questions do we want from this Ferengi?
1 momentum. What is your name? Waste
What
of
is your
momentum.
quest? What is your favorite color? What is
Um.
No wonder he should come to this planet. He's making money by answering silly questions. This planet's
Yeah,
awesome.
exactly.
As long as we don't
Exactly.
ask him cake or death.
Putting this question forward to the group of like maybe where are they like based on planet, if that seems valuable, or maybe like who an important leader of theirs is for like negotiating.
That would be a good one.
All right. So I'll ask like about if he has a contact amongst them perhaps who could get us in touch with someone able to represent them.
He hands you a pad that says,
Okay. Okay. Interesting. Um, I think I'd also probably like to see if I can get a confirmation of kind of the information we have from Trailblazer so far, like from a second perspective, see how much it lines up
Like, get
with
their
the
take on
observation on the
it.
ground. Yeah.
what specifically? That's a rather broad question.
Okay. Yeah. Kind of like the threat level that we've been briefed on, seeing how accurate that threat level is. Is that more specific?
It is, yeah.
What I'm angling at? Okay. Right.
I've got one if you're interested.
Go for it.
Is it known if the protectors have any known affiliations with anyone on the planet, or are they truly independent?
Yeah. Also seems like a question a Ferengi would be good at answering.
Is that
Pay him and he'll answer.
Yep.
Alright.
He sneers at that when he hands it to you, and he kind of waves like
Mm-hmm.
he didn't even like writing that. He finds it annoying, especially given his particular faith. He's like, "What? Money's money.
Yeah.
I don't see what you're all mad about. You guys are wrong. I don't know what to tell you." Oh no, the creator will be mad at me. The creator wanted me to make money. I don't understand. Mutter. Very agitated with that question. Not at you, at them in particular when he's thinking about it.
Yeah. Might be just me forgetting here. Did we get an idea of how long the protectors have been operating based off of our initial briefing, or would that be a new piece of information?
I can tell you for free that from what Trailblazer told you, it was from what little he was told anyway. It was a very recent scenario. Exactly how long it took before the Proctor commander requested assistance, he didn't say. Likely because she didn't tell him.
Mm-hmm.
This could be for the last couple weeks, could be months, could be years. He never specified.
Gotcha.
But from his tone, it sounded like it was recent. It was a recent affair and had some level of urgency.
Yeah. Well, that's all I can think of, I think. Well, hand the Ferengi his Latinum. Oh, you got one, Lothar?
Okay, Arthur. Everyone's waiting with bated breath. Or are you talking about the thing you highlighted? Which faction is the least inclusive, least likely to accept converts?
Okay. Yeah, we have
Yeah, we can ask.
momentum. Just ask for like a. Yeah, of course.
The Ferengi folds his arms for a second and kind of looks down and thinks really hard. Grabs a pad. Starts typing. He shrugs, like, I mean, to me, profit's profit. I wouldn't mind. And he holds up his one of the rules of acquisition books and he gestures it at you, like, and he sets it back down.
Oh. Thank you for the information.
Thank you for the
illuminating
business.
exchange.
Are you sure you don't want to buy yourself a shiny new? Oh, I know. I can commission you a brand new Andorian knife. How about that? I'll have the Klingons make one up for you, and they could make you a fresh one. You give it to like a new child for their adulthood and stuff like that. Or maybe
No,
a
thank
lover. No, okay. You sure?
Start walking away.
But wait, I have other things I can tell you. Meanwhile, what are Ryloff and Senva doing?
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Oh my, sorry.
Yep.
Well,
there it is.
not the Klingons. That's for sure.
Hey, answer me some questions. Dishonorable pig! And I died.
Someone died.
Yeah. You died in your soul.
Actually, curiosity has a lot to say about the other Romulans here, so. Ununiformed is strange, and out here is strange if they are actually civilians. So.
For Varder, it'd be, I'm avoiding the Cardassians at all costs.
Or, come here, asshole. Come here. Say that to my face. Come here.
Yeah.
Stop running from me.
Why are you running?
Why are you running?
So yeah, you approach some of the Romulans. Well met, traveler. They speak in Romulan because you're obviously Romulan. So
Mhm.
what brings you to our door?
The door being this planet, or to you specifically?
To us.
Question.
Hmm.
This place is new as far as myself and my ship are concerned. I did not expect to see familiar faces. Let alone specifically our kind of familiar face.
Hmm. What is it you are asking?
Are you as you appear, civilians, or something else?
Nothing is as it appears, but
Ever.
we are. Some of the people, some of the Romans you're talking to, kind of look at each other and they kind of shrug, like, "Yeah, we don't mind telling him." Like, I don't mind. One guy just like, "Oh, I don't care," sort of look, and the other guy turns to you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we were part of the Imperial State Navy some time ago when one of our scouting vessels came out this way to try to do some deep mapping and looking for Tal Shiar personnel. I will note to you that, by the way, on a GM level, the fact that he named the Tal Shiar aloud in a public street is weird. He must feel he either feels like he's in his home or he's absolutely safe. You would
Yeah.
never invoke their name in the street like this on Romulus. That's how you die. Or get a very mean interrogation going, "What are you talking about? Why are you spreading our name around?
Or
I
you're
just mentioned
using
your name. Why?"
Or you
Answer
have
our
a position of
questions.
power to use it as a threat.
Yeah.
So,
But we were looking for Tal Shiar bases out this way, and we came upon our survey vessel came upon this planet of Vale, and many of us felt a calling of the elements that this is where the arch element resides, where all things can be brought to balance. And with that sort of calling, everything else falls away. Everything else doesn't matter anymore. What better thing than to achieve what the Vulcans failed to do? Connection with everything, balance with everything, and ourselves. You must feel it.
there is a presence here, or a atmosphere, yes. But it was enough to call you away from your duties?
Some of us, not everyone from our. We're not the only ship that have done this. Apparently, some Tal Shiar agents have outed themselves and cast away their duties. I imagine some Tal Shiar ship's going to come out here someday, but with a place like this, one doesn't draw a disruptor in one's home, and one does not disrupt the balance once it's set. Only a true fool challenges such a thing.
Would you call
One.
anyone here a fool?
Well, that's an interesting question you ask for a Starfleet officer. Presence a con. Or presence security to convince them you're not a Tal Shiar agent, because they're like, that's a funny question to ask me.
I mean, yeah.
It's like, okay, that did sound kind of Tal Shiarish, but no, really, I'm not.
I mean, defector trait.
Yeah. Actually, defector trait brings a dip by one. Like, guys, I'm a defector. If you're willing to tell them that, yeah, that brings it down. If you're saying,
It's
if you just
kind
straight
of
tell them,
obvious.
yeah, hey, you could be a spy. But if you out yourself as a defector, then it's like, oh,
Just beamed down with a Starfleet commander,
yeah,
and a Vulcan.
yeah. It's self-evident without you having to say it aloud. Yeah.
I'll give you a threat. No, wait. Yeah, threat.
Okay.
And, investigative techniques. This is just persuasion.
You're
in
more
which
persuading
case-
them, yeah.
Actually, I don't believe I have a focus for that one particularly. Then, yeah.
Just want to say, what about the focus from?
Threat analysis? No,
Mhm.
it doesn't really seem applicable. But I can squash that with what I made. So,
Well, there is. I wouldn't call them a fool. A fool disrupts the balance. There's a Romulan woman here. Her name's Otir. She has rejected the balance and believes in some sort of new role of what the hell was it? By the elements. What was it? A protector of the faith, or no, I remember now. Protector and defender of the faith, or some nonsense like that. As if elements need defending. Foolishness. I mean, not that kind of foolishness. Makes a gun gesture, but foolishness waves a hand around his head like she's lost her mind.
they are what we ask for protection. What requires ours.
Hmm.
That is odd. But was it something that? Well, I don't know if you knew her beforehand.
No, did you know her? No. You? For two momentum, one of them might have met Otir before.
Sure.
So one guy just kind of thinks, actually, I have. Oh, well, heck, I didn't know that. You never asked. Suppose you're right. Because Ramans never give information that isn't asked for. Otir, she was an odd person. Well, actually, the one thing that's different from her from the rest of us is she doesn't come from the Navy. And sorry, she's not Imperial, and she's not state, and she's not Tel Shiar. She comes from one of those merchant families. And apparently she came out this way because she chartered some Ferengi starship to go touring about the Shackleton. I don't know what kind of person does that and who has that kind of money, but she did. She might still. But I remember I met her about 2 years ago. That's about right. 2 years ago. She came here and she was just, like you, came here, wasn't, you felt it, but actually not even that. You at least understand the elements. You understand what we're talking about. She was one of those practical rationalist types. Who believed that the elements were nothing but superstition, and that on the same level as praying to Betantaru or following the way of Dara, it's the same amount of derision. Which, okay, that I admit I did get mad at her, and I did raise my voice at her. That is fairly insulting to imply I worship demons or other such nonsense. But over time, actually not even over time, basically the next day, she was here, and then all of a sudden she was filled with the beauty of this place. She just couldn't turn away from it. I figured she just embraced the elements and understood the arch element that was here. But then she started her own this group of hers. I thought it was just she was trying to form some sort of, how they do back in Romulus, right? Some of the more fanatical raise up their own religious militias to protect holy places, or at least make it look like that's what they're doing it for, and actually doing it for some senator or whatever. But she genuinely seemed to be raising some sort of holy army. It's a holy security force, she called it. And the other two chuckle like, yeah, whatever. We know what she's doing. But yeah, she grabbed in people from... Now, the thing that's different, and this is why I don't think she's an elementalist, she brought in people from any species, anyone who's willing to take up the cause, as she called it, to become protectors and defenders, so on and so on and so on.
As equals.
As equals under the... What was it? I think it was the Blessing of Vale, or the Light of Vale, or the True Way. I don't know. It was hard to listen to her. She's difficult to talk to. And now with this whole vandalism nonsense, I mean, if this were Romulus, she would be purged. But, we don't have a security force. Well, evidently, he gestures at you. You're it.
Did they just say vandalism?
Vandalism, yeah.
Her group has been partaking in vandalism?
Going up to churches, marking them, painting emblems on them, disrupting prayers, that sort of thing.
I see.
We had a perfectly balanced circle just outside of town. Took us a month to get it figured out. She goes out there, and her group just ruins it.
That seems very concerning.
Sounds spiteful, like a child.
Thank you for your time. I'll try not to cause any undue interference.
See justice done. They nod. Balance be remade. The other two nod.
Oh boy.
Do they know where she resides?
I doubt it, but if anyone knows. None of you have happened to notice where she gathers, have you?
They gathered up somewhere outside the colony. Not sure where. I mean, some people, their faiths require big temples or monasteries, so she probably built some other one out there. Where, I don't know. Well, if she keeps this up, I might start going to look for her. I'll show her what protection and defending she needs.
That does not seem like the best idea. If she is attempting to provoke, that would be...
Well, she's knocking things out of balance. What are we to do? Let her upset this holy place with her childish games? Mark my words. By the next time, if she comes to our door and tries to break up our balance and endangers my family, my friends, I'm gonna defend my house. And as a Romulan, when someone defends their house, that's where disruptors get drawn and knives. Yeah.
Defense of one's health is appropriate, but chasing out or following in pursuit, let's just hope that does not become necessary or something that is on the table.
In the presence of the arch element, all things can find balance. We have to but look and try. Says the guy in the middle, and the other guy's just kind of calmed down. Like, the one guy was getting really riled up. He kind of calms down when he says that. He's like, "Yeah, you're right. I'm getting riled up, and I shouldn't be."
Okay. Yeah.
Ambassador Senva. Who do you reach out to?
Is Ambassador Senva me?
Yeah,
I believe by process of elimination, yes.
I apologize. I had stepped away.
it's okay.
So let's see. That. Hang on. Gotta zoom in. Is that Orion down here?
Gorn.
Gorn.
Yeah. You can also talk to one of the two other species who we haven't talked
Well,
to
come
yet.
on, talk to the Gorn, see what happens. I dare
I was
you.
gonna say, man, the Gorn, that's interesting. What have we seen of the Lori and the Hui? Like,
We haven't talked to either of those yet.
And we don't know anything about them.
Not a ton. Just what we learned in our briefing, Trailblazer, which was just a little bit.
Hang on. You know what? I'll try the Lori.
Okay.
As much as the Gorn is just so interesting.
The fact that they're this far away from the hegemony is very strange. Gorn don't go that far afield generally.
No.
But yes, you approach the lorry and you see people in bright azure clothes with white highlights to their clothing. They seem to be trading in various colored beads of some sort or playing games with them. Some people seem to pick them up and gather them and shake them. You hear a nice pleasing noise and they throw them down and hey, there's like little runes or markings on them as they roll and they land certain ways and they start studying. But it looks like they're about to play a game and you think, oh, they must be gambling or something. And then everyone stops who is watching that roll and everyone stares at it very pensively, very seriously. And then they move them around a little bit. Someone grabs some of theirs and rolls them in one hand, tosses it with the others, and they start moving some aside. Other people look over to see you and go, oh, hello.
Is this some sort of divining ritual?
I suppose you could say that. It's mapping, really. Navigating.
And what would you be navigating?
The stars. Gestures to the sky. This is the best place to chart from.
Is that something that your species takes particular pride in?
Well, any spacer does, right?
I suppose.
What about you? How do you navigate?
I'm afraid that I personally do not handle the navigation systems on the starship I am on.
You navigated yourself to us. You must navigate somehow.
I see. You use the word navigate in a extremely broad definition.
They look at each other confused and they look back to you. Yay! Someone cheers and they look behind themselves and then they politely look back to you.
So what is the meaning of that particular role?
Looks like someone found themselves a new safe haven to take port in. Oh, it looks like they got at least 3. No way. Did they? I'll have to roll later. Darn it. Oh, well.
So then, these roles determine the direction that you will take going forward.
No. They are the here, I'll show you. He digs around. He takes some of the colored beads and sets them down in his hand. And you can attempt Insight plus con, difficulty 3, to understand what the hell he's talking about. Because it does sound like he's talking about astronavigation, but it's cloaked in mysticism. So it takes a bit of unpacking to understand what he's
I was
talking
gonna
about.
say there's some. Oh god, just been giving nothing but threat. I guess take 3 more. Why not? Interspecies relations.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, and I rolled 2 5s too.
It takes a bit of explaining, but eventually you understand after, and you get the feeling that they are, although Senva won't mind because she's Vulcan, but they are speaking to her like she's a child, because this is something to them that even their smallest children learn, and to them it's just that's how you navigate. The stones seem to be tied in some way to various. They use them to map places, so they would roll the glass beads, toss them down, and depending on how they land, they will that traces out a particular star formation, or if you're doing star travel, if you're moving on a planet, it tells you where various you can use those same symbols to translate that to different natural features. And it occurs to you, they say it like it's obvious, like, well, we'll find out where we need to go, or that will tell us that. Of course, obviously. I mean, that's always how it goes. But you see through a little bit. To them, they take it for granted. For you, it's going to seem a little strange, I'll admit. So instead of saying, hey, I want to go to Alcara, let me chart a course to Alcara, or even more simply, I'm going to chart a course from Earth to the moon or Earth to Mars. There's some charting, some math that goes into that. They don't do that. They just roll the dice and they'll see a particular star chart in front of them, and then they instantly know that is that particular chart on their map, and then they just go there. Or if they're doing natural features, I want to find some. They'll say it is a divining ritual. They don't call it divining though. They call it navigating. They divine where they want to get something or somewhere or meet somebody. They'll roll the dice, so to speak, and that supposedly leads them to where they need to go. But the way they talk about it, they seem to have more correct answers than incorrect answers.
That is illogical.
And more yet, and that's the norm. Normally, they get more correct answers than not. If you get an incorrect answer, you must have misread them wrong. You must have rolled them wrong. You probably rolled it on the wrong planet. The sun was in the wrong. Mercury was in retrograde. Whatever. There's a million and one reasons how you could screw it up. But in general, they're usually pretty good at getting it. And the older you get, the better you get at it, generally. However, on this planet, it's almost always correct. This is the Great Navigator Stone, the greatest of Navigator Stones. And that's what those beads are. They get those beads by going to different planets and refining them until they get a tiny, tiny, super smooth bead of a particular color, and then they'll put an emblem on it. So on a Class K planet, they'll find a bit of like Mars rock, as it were, and then they'll polish it. And a navigator is thought to be, and the more of those stones you have, the better off you are, because you have more data points to work off of. If you're a child, you get like 3, so you can navigate to the store. You can't really navigate the stars with 3 stones. That's just stupid. But you want to get to the store? Toss the stones. You want to buy candy? Go to that store. You know.
What?
How do I find my friend? Toss dice, you know.
Oh, man, that's awesome. But as awesome as I, the player, think that is, Senva just looks at them and says, that is most illogical.
Should we explain it again? Here. And they begin explaining it again.
I believe I understand the basics of how this navigation system works. However, I fail to see how the random portents of the dice can result in so many correct outcomes.
Well, the amount of data points increases chance of correct answers. That's why when we have big roll-offs like that back there to get more exact answers. And over time, I mean, when you first do it, you're going to get the wrong answer. I mean, you're young. Even if you give a child a bunch of stones, they won't know how to read it. They won't understand what they're looking at. But if you travel, the more you learn, the more stars you see. And you tend, and you know, you do need to find someone who is a specialist. I mean, I'm better at star navigating. My friend here is better at navigating to booze. His friend just kind of nudged him like, no, no, no. He mean places of refreshment like restaurants, places to get food, water. Oh, they tend to have booze regularly. Well, booze is a fairly regular, and they start arguing, but it's good natured. They're just making fun of each other. They've kind of forgotten you're there because they're kind of wrapped up in their joking with each other, which is getting lost a bit on Senva, I imagine.
I see. In that case, might it be possible to acquire a set of these dice?
Oh, certainly. About how old are you? That's not nice to ask. Well, I mean, I can't ask her how many stones does she have. She doesn't have any, and that's not her fault. Oh, I guess that's correct. Sorry.
I'd say Senva is probably. I'll just say. Hang on.
Like the medium old age of Vulcans, because ambassador.
Right.
Not
give
like
me.
old, but
Yeah, give me a hot sec. I know where I'm gonna go with this.
Our dice roll.
Yeah, 82.
There's no need to lie and say you're old. It's fine. You can say your actual age.
I am 82. My people are particularly long-lived compared to certain galactic averages.
They take out their stones and they kind of look. They kneel down and they toss them onto the ground, and they study them. Huh? So she is. Huh? You don't look it. And they gather up their stones. They seem to know how, even though they roll their things together, they seem to somehow know whose is whose.
Awesome.
fantastic. I love that.
Well, I mean, that means you need a lot of stones. You've lived a long time. Any particular kind of, what are you navigating for? You recognize that in translation in your head. What are you looking for? What kind of specialty are you?
I am one who navigates conversation.
Oh, I know. Come here. And they lead you over to some elderly-looking Lori, who has large fist-sized versions of those same dice you've been seeing, those same gems or glass beads, as it were. But they're
the big D20s.
Yeah, like big ones. Like there's one at the neck, there's one at each of the wrists. But they have like 3 different bags. You can hear you can hear him move anytime he moves around, and people pay attention that they're moving. Like, oh, is he rolling? Oh, he's not, and then they continue what they're doing. Like, oh wait, is he rolling now? No, he's not. Oh, maybe he's rolling one of the big ones. No, he's not.
The big chunky jewelry.
Yes. This one is 80 some years old and wishes to navigate conversations. We rolled and it's truth. Oh, okay. You want to navigate conversation? Yes?
That is indeed my assigned role.
What do you offer in trade?
What would Senva be in a position to provide?
It would cost 2 opportunity worth of trade goods that you could order from the ship. Like, you have a budget, but you'd have to. But given the current momentum, you're gonna have to dip into your personal luxury budget to fund it. Or you might have to trade stuff that you wouldn't really want to trade around too often, but you could get away with trading like a knife, not a weapon, but like a cutting knife or a plasma scalpel. You know, like very simple tools that that they're at the correct tech level for. But you know that could, if that's used to hurt somebody, that might be an issue. But It's not illegal to trade those things. You just have to be careful who you're trading with.
Yeah, these seem like a relatively peaceable folk. Yeah, 1 and 1. Why not?
Okay. Takes a bag off his belt. Takes another one. Takes another one. He kneels down. A couple of people kind of rush over to his side to help him lower down because you hear him. Oh, like you can hear his knees buckling. He groans in pain, but this is part of the ritual. The people who are guiding you here kind of say, "Okay, kneel down, kneel down. We have to figure out which ones are yours."
Of course.
Now stare at them very, very carefully, and think, "My stones, my stones." She knows how to think my stones. You don't have to repeat it at her. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. You get the feeling these people revere elders, and now these guys felt very awkward. They thought you were their age. It's like, oh, you're actually way older than we are. Oh, whoops. we didn't mean to offend the alien. Sorry.
Oh, I love it.
And he takes all 3 of the bags, tosses them down, and it's just tons and tons of beads. And it just looks like a kaleidoscope of color. And when they finally all pour out, you find yourself picking out your stones. Like you just have this somewhere in the back of your head. And actually, does Senva have any psionic talents? I don't think
she doesn't, because this is like her first. Although she does have meditation as a focus.
She just kind of, I imagine, and this is without rolling, from her focus, she just takes a breath, focuses, and then just as if it was just like it's a game of Calto, she just picks out what logically makes sense, because how else is she supposed to pick? And then she picks, and she now has a full bag. Actually, it looks like one of the 3 bags. You basically have enough to fill a full bag, like one of the 3 bags the elder guy had. And then then the other younger people help the old guy collect the rest of his, and they secure it and they help him up. And the young guys kind of look like they're going to help you up, and like, oh wait, she wasn't groaning. Should we help you? Should we not help you? They look kind of confused, like, do you need help? Oh, I won't offend you, but if you want help, I don't know.
I'm fine, and Senva gracefully stands up.
You have a set of Lori navigating stones. Oh, navigating stones. Conversation. Note that in her other equipment, she has that now.
Okay, give me this.
Well, stones, plural, because she has multiple.
Yes. Yeah. Lori navigation stone. Cool. Well, that is most interesting. I believe that learning more about your culture is something that my that my fellow Federation members would be most interested in. This is a extremely unique method of navigation, and one that I can see Federation anthropologists having a very interesting time with.
And as that conversation goes on and you find yourself some stones, we cut to Captain Pend for the last scene of the night, as we are running long, but this will stop on this scene. As we have Captain Pend stepping into the chamber of the Proctor Commander Malandane, stepping by her guards, and inside it looks like a courthouse with and all the guards are like marshals or bailiffs and such, just making sure people aren't going where they're not supposed to go or directing them where they need to go. You know, there seems to be it's just a small facility though. There's the Proctor Commander plus like 10 other guys with swords and pistols. This, your ship alone, a couple of security teams could take this building in numbers, although technologically, who knows? But this looks like a very advanced looking facility. And the Proctor Commander greets you at the door. Captain Pend of the U.S.S. Achilles, I presume.
Correct. It's a pleasure to meet you, Proctor Commander Allendane.
Follow me. I'll lead you to my office where we can talk in secrecy.
Very well.
She leads you to a turbolift equivalent, and before you know it, you feel a rush of air go by you, and you're at the top of the tower.
Awesome.
And you see the entirety of the settlement in all directions and the vast countryside. But even as you look, you see little like sensor readouts appear where you're looking at a mountain. This mountain has this kind of feature. It's made of this much rock. That is a building. This building is made of this. It has this many occupants. This is a person. He is unarmed. He's a and it just wherever you look, it focuses. And when you're like, that's distracting. I just want to look. The readings just vanish.
Well, it's definitely one thing to try and get used to how the difference between Alcaran technology and current Federation standard.
The stairway of singularity is long and varied. She gestures to the ground, and you notice there's no furniture until she gestures, and then you see a seat kind of form out of the metal in the ground, and a perfect silver chair appears. And she gestures as a similar chair appears for you.
Thank you. I know, take a seat.
The seat feels, even though it looks like it's like hard silver metal, it's actually kind of comfy. And you find when you're like, oh man, I wish this had better back support or whatever, it adjusts. Not super drastically, just little by little. It's slowly adapting to be more and more comfortable, or more comfortable for where you are. So if you want to be ready to stand up in a hurry, it kind of leans in a way that lets you be able to do that without restricting your movement. So, Trailblazer briefed you, as his kind are eager to do.
Well, as much as he can.
Galactic law being what it is.
Yes. Obviously, a bit more information or insight on the current ongoings would be appreciative.
I'll tell you what I can. First, I imagine Trailblazer's already told you about how we found this planet, how we encountered the peoples here, and how we brought order. Now, what he likely doesn't know, since he wouldn't need to know this sort of thing, is that I have been here, and I've listened to many people come and go who try to explain what this feeling is. And actually, sorry, I will. You get one momentum because you feel the same feeling that everyone else had. Even when you beam into her building, you have that feel of awe and seeing a brand new place and all that. Now, this planet invokes a sort of majesty, a serenity. And it has been part of my proctorship to not only educate and adjudicate for the inhabitants of this planet and the visitors of this planet, but also to understand this planet and why it is the way it is. Now, under my proctorship, a sort of multi-denominational group opinion occurred where the faiths that were unwilling to work together left in the face of a united community. I have been very careful not to come off as a governor or a dictator. That is not my role. But this has been a sort of commune of persons who seek. Well, if I were to dictate to them, I would dictate to them to seek out the truth of what this place is. But people believe that they understand that truth and are happy with that understanding, with that bit of faith. And galactic law forbids me from committing violence upon them for simply disagreeing with me or frustrating me with mundane matters. But even I cannot mistake the sense of serenity here. Now, I've worked tirelessly to ensure that serenity isn't broken and that the peace that these people have agreed upon is kept. And so, in this place, with my arbiters, we've been able to maintain order within this building, and through our teachings, we instill order in the settlement and the commune and the some of the communes around us and monasteries. Now, you may have heard or you may hear that some people have certain temples or churches or holy sites. That actually is there is a common agreement that there is any building is not to be solely owned by one faith or another. Every temple is welcome to every faith. So so long as the common peace and galactic law is upheld. And through my teachings, that has been so. The Klingons have been challenging in that respect, but they respect our skill with our armaments and our willingness to defend the defenseless. Which I believe, according to one of their priests, apparently makes me quite honorable. She gestures like, I don't understand. And she doesn't seem to care to understand. She just finds it irritating. That was the case for the last 10 years. But then, these so-called protectors and defenders of Vale began attacking everyone. Vandalizing their holy places, breaking up their services.
But everything changed when the defenders of Vale attacked.
Now, as you likely understand, galactic law limits my abilities. I cannot, nor would I want to, wage war here. And I am briefed by Trailblazer that your Federation of Planets holds a similar worldview.
Yes, we try our best to resort to violence as a last resort. We prefer to try and find, first of all, a diplomatic answer.
She gestures into the air, and you see a holographic image appear in between you. And you see various scenes of people in bright white cloaks and uniforms with what appears to be some sort of bright sunburst on their backs, charging through up to a building and smashing it with whatever they had at hand: a bat, a chair, a stool, a rock on the ground, anything. And you see them like breaking up shops, smashing stalls, ripping up like books, and then eventually people start getting mad and start trying to chase them, and then they flee rather than get caught up in a fight. Now, these images you are seeing are caught by the adjudication sensors that are placed throughout the settlement. These are things I requested. Initially, they were only for this building to ensure order was kept, but as the attacks continued, people wanted us to gather more evidence. And we started placing these at various buildings and corners and markets and so on. they would know that we have this technology, and they know that we would see them in full. And she gestures with her hand to turn the holographic image, and you can see it's a hollow recording, so it has full 3D dimensions. Like you could see every angle. So if someone turned their head down, there's no doing that. You just tilt the image and now you can see them, or walk a few steps left and now you can see them. And, she can expand and subtract it, and that's not weird technology. You could do that on a holodeck. It's the same idea. It's just you need a very particular camera or a high grade sensor to catch that much fidelity. And she shrugs. So they know we can see them, and they don't seem to care. Now this group is led by what Trailblazer tells me is an alien called a Romulan, known as Otir. She only arrived fairly recently and established this new faith, which establishing a faith is perfectly fine. That's happened a few times here. Spontaneous faiths have occurred and gone away and come again and so on. Some visit and go away. So I didn't think anything of it. But then she started inviting people from the various other species into her group. Again, that's not unusual. Some faiths have no restriction on such things. Now, some say that they had this name, the Protectors and Defenders. They weren't a name of anything. They were just Otir's people or Otir's faithful or whatever the name of the day was. Eventually, it was announced that that's what they were, and insisting through various pamphlets and pads that everyone on this planet was to bring their beliefs into line with those of the faithful, of the Protectors and Defenders of Vale. Now, I've read their document, and she gestures, and you see what looks to be a similar version of a data pad. It looks Alcaran, for lack of a better term, very sleek, white, silver with sharp corners and so on. But, it's a pad. You understand that technology. And you see that in it is a copy of the Protector, one of the texts of the Protectors and Defenders, and you see she speaks as you're able to, if you read it or not. She says,
"Yeah, I'll be reading it."
Now their beliefs have remarkably fallen under a sort of common core of beliefs that unifies the various faiths that are here, from the local indigenous peoples that live in this part of space to those who are from distant stars, such as the Romulans, the Klingons, and so on. Now, there are certain differences, obviously. The idea of Klingon honor versus Romulan discretion, the idea of the pursuit of wealth rather than the pursuit of navigation. These ideas conflict, but this document tries to unify them into one faith. And that in itself might have been all right. It's just many people are upset by the fact they're being told that their faith is wrong and that they are doomed to, what does it say in the final callings they call it in that book? The wrath of the creator shall smash the misguided, and so on and so on. For the great demons of your transgressions will destroy the dividers, so on and so on. It gets fairly graphic, which that to the Klingons they didn't mind that, but they did mind being told they're stupid, which no one likes being told that, even if it is true. There are ways to say such things. So with this now, if it was just the faith, I don't mind them practicing the faith. They want to practice that faith and believe in it. They can. This is not my planet. No one owns this planet. That is a rule that has been enforced for the last 10 years. I wish to continue into the next century doing that, ideally. That's truly what, if this is to be a proper proctorship, then that is the greatest definition of one. Now, I'm hoping that through a third party summoned to investigate and intervene will ensure that this won't escalate, that this will not turn into a holy war. To help you with this, I want to be very clear before I go further. I am not insisting that you harm these people or that you go to war with them either. That defeats the purpose. That's just delegating violence to someone else's ends. Beyond your right of self-defense, obviously. But they are people trying to believe, and I just want them to stop attacking others. I'm hoping you'll be able to reason with them. And if you find they are intractable and belligerent and they have risen to the level of violence, well, self-defense is a right, and we will have to minimize the amount of casualties as best we can. Now, she gestures. They are hiding in a nearby area. We are here. This is our colony. Now, it is my information, based on the various people I've asked, that they reside somewhere in one of the mountainsides in the hills. But you might be able to find more information if you go to some of the nearby monasteries and communes that exist beyond the settlement walls, well, the settlement grounds. Now, from this facility, my sensors are capable of watching the settlement, but they are not arrayed across the planet. That was not my duties. And the station, I am told, their sensors are fairly rudimentary and not up to, I mean, not to insult them, but I am surprised that they can see when someone's talking with them. That's how little fidelity they have. So, likely with your level of technology, from what Trailblazer was allowed to tell me, apparently your Federation has secrecy laws as well. So he was not privy to tell me everything about your starship, but you are at least of a technological level where you can perform planetary scans, and you have relevant technology that should surpass what the locals will be able to hide with. So perhaps you'll be able to find them there, either by scanning in person or narrowing it through your starship's sensors.
That would be correct, yes.
But if I were to suggest anything first, I would suggest possibly looking into those communes and monasteries nearby. They may have some forward operating bases operating out of those areas that may be probative. But I will trust that you... Well, I'll be honest with you. I don't necessarily trust you. I don't know you. I've never worked with you. But Trailblazer says that the Federation and its Starfleet officers are well trained and well equipped and creative in their problem solving. I'm not sure exactly what he meant by the last part, but I get the feeling that you understand what he means. So I will trust in that faith, and I will trust that you will do the right thing.
Well, on my way to, obviously, this meeting with yourself, I did have some crew split up around the settlement and reach out to the different groups to gain information. We also got a scan of Veil 2 with the underground subspace probe.
She sits back in her chair.
we have a general idea of also the data that's being sent from it, but we didn't dig in any deeper due to privacy. But the thing that concerns me the most is I noticed it, but Trailblazer also confirmed it. You're agitated. Something more than you probably want to let on.
Presence plus command. Opposed.
Yay! Go on, spend it all.
Yeah. On the plus side, her value doesn't apply to the situation, so that helps. But yeah, she's buying the full mint. She does not want to talk about what you're asking. Nope, 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 nope. Not telling you that. Don't want to talk about it. 100% do not want to tell you.
Focus and diplomacy.
I mean, yeah.
Do any of my traits apply?
They all give negatives.
Well, shit.
Even the Tellarite one. The left leg, yeah, that gives you a negative. She hates tried and tested will get you a wait, that's for the ship. I thought that was for you. Ship,
It is
tried
for
and
me.
tested.
Oh no, I put the commas in the wrong place. I was just copying and pasting shit.
Okay. Tried and tested would give you a free hit.
Okay. Does the palm leaf kick in here?
No. It's more this is embarrassing and she doesn't want to talk about it.
Okay, well I'll activate my medal to double my crit range.
Okay. Her thing doesn't kick into it because you're not doing that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going through my medals to see what I can apply. I'll spend the momentum and I'll also roll 5 challenge die to see how many of that you gain a threat. You gain 4.
And spending to increase your complication range.
Yeah, okay.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, oh, you really don't want me to do this. Ladies and gentlemen, that's where I roll comp 5 rolls at the beginning of every session.
That's 3 momentum generated. Captain Pend, I know you insist. I know that you fear, well, fear is the wrong word. You are concerned that the information I'm withholding may be of great use to you. And it is a teaching that even the smallest bit of learning can lead to great wisdom. So it is not right. There's no law that compels me, but it is not right of me to deprive you. But I believe you will need the consultation of someone who knows your ways. So, and this will answer your question. I just believe that you will find more clarity from someone who's more familiar with your your lesser power. I would advise you then to return to what is he, an admiral? Admiral
Yes.
Trailblazer.
He also advised me he's a captain within your organization as well.
The Admiral Captain. Advise him that it is the reason I am agitated is because I think it is entirely possible that the reason that this new faction has appeared is because this place was where the old empire forced us to create the codex. And that I am seriously considering violating Article 0 to ensure the enforcement of what that stands for. If you are permitted to know more, I will trust him to tell you. But I dare not say further than that without taking a step that will, or very likely could, no, it will, endanger the lives of everyone down there over a conflict none of their species ever saw or have written word of. And if they do, it is in but legend.
Proctor Io, thank you for being honest with me. And I've not managed to fully read the codex, but you're talking about the sacred secret.
She nods. And you gain a momentum. You have incredibly surprised her that you know that. You get the feeling that the Alcarans here are going to be a lot more, at least here on this planet, or the Proctor's going to be a lot more helpful in the future and less resistant to your questions.
Yeah, just showing that you've done your research and you're learning about them.
Like, wow, people usually don't bother. Hooray.
But, yes, I will speak with Trailblazer. Hopefully he will offer me some more insight due to your recommendation. I would only ask while I'm in conversation with him is that if these protectors do make a move and we are unaware of it, to just let us know and we can provide non-lethal security for the settlement if required.
If it is in defense of galactic law, I will summon it. If the inhabitants request it, I will pass along the request.
Okay. If there's nothing else, I assume I should have a very detailed conversation with our mutual acquaintance.
Out of respect of your lesser powers' search for truth, I will give you a bit of advice that you are free to share with your crew. Alcarans, as a species, cannot lie. It's not will not. It's not may not. We cannot. So whatever he tells you, whatever any Alcaran tells you, is the truth as they understand it. Hence why we're so frustratingly vague, I think was the description by one of the inhabitants.
Or you could say evasive.
You could say that, yes.
But thank you for that insight. For now, I'll keep that to myself, so that's not to be abused by anyone. It takes a lot to reveal a secret like that.
She gestures back to the lift and
Thank you.
stands up from her chair, and everything. Her chair melts away. The image fades away.
Yeah,
You may keep that pad. Consider it a souvenir, I think is what one Frankie called it. Although I think I'm supposed to charge you some sort of currency, but I think you've given me plenty.
I appreciate you not charging me latinum. But yeah, I'll stand up and head over to the elevator.
And that will be the end of the episode.